This year, I was lucky enough to visit a pioneering project in the Pali district of Rajasthan in India, which is using tourism as a way to safeguard a landscape for leopards. Sujan Juwai,
absolutely thrilled to be here. Of course, we are coming to you live from the South African bush, and I am not alone. I'm very excited to have 3 of the amazing photographers from the Remembering Leopards book with me right now, and then we've got a special guest who's been working in leopard conservation for over 20 years to chat to you a little bit later. But let me introduce you to my friends who are sitting next to me. We have Gary right here next to me. Gary is a very keen photographer. He actually lives on the edge of Kruger at the moment.
Basically, I do, and pretty much right on the doorstep of Kruger, as I would say. And yeah, I couldn't have asked for a better spot to view and photograph my favorite animals.
Oh, your favorite animals. And then, of course, we have Lance, who a lot of you have met before, and wild dogs and whatnot. Also a fantastic photographer and a semi-decent cricket player. And
well, not at the moment.
Not at the moment, no. And then, of course, someone everyone knows very well, another great photographer. He just wishes he was as good at live safaris as I am. It's the one and only Tristan Dex.
Oh, plenty. One day I'll be.
One day.
I'll get
so
to.
Welcome. We're very, very happy to be part of the Remembering series. Again, this will be our 3rd broadcast for Remembering. And a big shout out goes to Margot and the incredible work they do through the books. Tristan, show us this year's book.
There we go.
There we go. A lot of you will know that leopard.
Indeed.
I did. Tristan and I know that leopard very, very well. A lot
In fact,
of you also
everybody.
know her very
And
well.
Gary.
And Gary, actually, we've all seen her.
Yes, multiple times.
Yeah, that is the one and only Tundi, Mrs. Snarly Face.
Yes, and lots of her lineage appear throughout the book, actually.
So it is very, very amazing that we are able to be sitting here, and of course, we're going to be chatting leopards, not only your photographs. Now we have to do this. Tristan, what's your favorite animal?
I don't know, Brenty. I'm not really sure. No, of course, leopards. By a long way. Yeah, striped polecat. Very obscure. No, leopards by a long way. Yes.
Your favorite animal?
Genuinely, also leopard. Even though I said it was wild dogs last year, I was lying. It is leopard.
Oh, we've got a. Brent, you are outnumbered heavily tonight.
No, and I think every single person who knows me will know that a leopard is by far my favorite animal.
Of course, mine is wild dogs. I've been fortunate enough to see wild dogs rip a leopard limb from limb, but
No,
we're not going
don't
to go into
say
that.
That's ridiculous, Brent.
Wrong place.
Wrong place, wrong book.
But before we go into those details, I think we're going to start, and I think we will. Let's get your photographs out there to everyone see. So I think let's start with Gary.
We'll start with Gary.
The page is off by heart.
I don't, but we're going to just wing
He's been
it.
studying. He's been doing his homework.
Yeah, it's somewhere this side. Don't worry, Gary, we'll find it. But you can chat in the meantime, guys.
Yes.
About the mind.
Yeah. So, I mean, we've all been really lucky to spend a lot of time with leopards. Okay, here we go. Oh my goodness, it is a gorgeous shot.
It is.
Absolutely stunning. So, Gary, can you just walk us through where and...
Yeah, 100%. So it is actually quite a special morning for me when I took that photograph. I still feel to this day nature sort of guided me in the right direction. So I had a whole plan in mind that morning in Kruger National Park, waking up, and I was going to do a certain route and end up at the spot called Transport Dam. There had been a young male, which is the male in the photo, who I was dying to see because he's actually a beautiful cat as well. And he had been on a kill with his mother a couple of days prior to that, so I thought, well, maybe if I pop in there I might bump into them. So the plan was to do a specific route, and got to the junction, was ready to turn right, and there was a massive elephant bull standing in the middle of the road. And he decided, no, you will not be going right today. So I had to sort of make a quick change of direction, went the other way and missioned straight there. And was quite lucky actually when we turned down the Transport Dam road. We got a really nice part of lines in the middle of the road, got a couple of shots. The light wasn't great yet, light was still just coming through. And as they moved off the road, I decided let's shoot through, get to the parking lot, see if we can actually find this cat. And as we got to the turn-off of the parking lot, my friend actually picked up on really nice...
I'm not like I'm not
Okay,
here.
so it was actually
Some
Tristan.
guy.
So yeah, let's put it out there. So Tristan was actually with me that day. So I guess with the two of us together in one vehicle, the leopards could not resist.
Sounds
No,
like you just
So
worked that.
Ah,
yeah,
well, obviously.
we actually got to the turnoff. Tristan said he saw tracks and they were sort of moving in the direction of the parking area. And we decided to go down there, and literally as we turned down, this young male just came walking out of the long grass. It was quite a very cold, misty morning. The sun was just barely coming through.
So your photographs of that morning are better than Tristan's, obviously.
Clearly, they're not in the book. Eh? Did you take photos that day? Or?
No.
No, Gary's shutter was running, so
I was talking to a very friendly couple. No, actually not friendly couple. That was very upset with us.
yeah, very not
Kruger
friendly couple because we seem to have beaten them to the sighting. Although we were the only two cars there, so.
Yeah.
But anyway, so yeah, this young male put up quite a show for us. Eventually, he was moving in the direction of this small sort of rock, and I said to Tristan, "Imagine he jumps on this rock. That would be pretty cool." And sure as hell, this cat moved towards this rock, jumped on the rock, and I thought, never do cats ever do what we want them to do.
Never,
So
ever,
this
ever,
was
ever.
just absolutely insane, and I thought it could not get any better. He was sort of posing on the rock, just relaxed, and we got to spend some time with him. And as I sort of looked over my shoulder towards the dam, there was this beautiful golden light coming through with some mist, and there was this rock sort of protruding into the water. And I said to him, "Imagine this cat actually went on that rock." And it's as if he heard us. I mean, I'm not even lying. It was a few seconds after that, jumped off and started walking towards this rock. And all I kept saying to Tristan is, "No, this is not happening. This is not happening." And sure as hell, he jumped on the rock and started moving down towards the water. And I was shaking so much because this incredible scene was just unfolding in front of me. And yeah, sat at the edge of the water for...
That's the other crazy thing is he just sat there. Like,
Yeah.
how often does a leopard just walk to the edge of the rocks and just sit down, look,
Exactly,
and
it's
then
as if
enjoying
he
the sunrise.
actually took in that moment of just peace and serenity
No, it
and
was
just
crazy.
the quietness of it. And we both sort of just went quiet and said, "Wow, look at this. This is just incredible."
amazing.
Didn't sit long, few seconds, got the shots, and he moved off and disappeared, and that was it.
Stunning
So-
photograph. Let's have a look at that photo again quickly.
sure thing, Brenty. I'm on it.
Yeah. I
No,
mean, he's very
tearing up.
emotional here about it.
But it was the best thing was that there was lions on the entrance to the Transmoor Dam, so no one came. It was
Yeah,
just
yeah.
us, and the other
We knew
people
that was
left
gonna
as
be
well.
Exactly
a
what you want,
roadblocker.
So it
We
was,
actually sent
And
the
it
other
would be
couple in that
elephants
direction.
we told them there were lions, and they went
They
racing
left
off.
within a second. So
So that's why they were angry. at
epic.
you. Oh, I get it now.
Yeah, very
It
epic.
is an
sight.
absolutely stunning shot. I mean, and again, to get photographs like that, it's perseverance. I mean, that's thousands of hours out
Yes.
on game drive in the park to get those incredible sightings.
Yes, I think Gary probably spends more time out than all of us actually, when it comes to being in the Kruger.
yeah, no.
Now, I think it is time for Lance's picture.
Sorry, somewhere this side.
I don't think anyone will know these two cats, though. That's the only problem. They might
They,
not know who
they,
are.
Yeah.
were they Botswana cats? Or?
No.
A little bit further south.
You'll know
So
them.
I'm going to know the cats. now.
You'll know
You
them.
will definitely possibly know.
Oh, I actually do know. I already know the cat.
I was actually
I-
deciding as
You
well.
were as well,
Yeah.
yeah.
See,
I
we're
was
all in
there.
each other's sightings. you know.
Everyone's always with each other, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this was also one of those days where we planned a shot and you never expect it to happen because a cat is a cat. And then it actually turned out a million times better. So we pulled into a sighting. I think we were last ones there. I'm sure you were there.
I was
Yeah,
there.
You were there.
I was
And you
there.
remember that sighting. It was terrible.
It was.
Base of a tree, 2-foot high grass, Tundi, which is the tail, and Tlalamba. They were eating the remains of some kill. We couldn't even see them.
Yeah.
So we had 2 vehicles of photographers. We couldn't see a thing.
I think I've been
As
sitting
we-
there for an hour and a half and we'd seen like
Yeah,
3
you guys have
rosettes.
been there for ages, and we kindly slowly milled our way there. But funnily enough, driving in, I said to Aubrey, if they go near that log, we reverse there so we get there before them. And
I know, you're lucky.
as
I
they
would've
got up
been
and
there
they
first.
went there, Aubrey reversed straight into a hole, and we were the last vehicle there.
Classic.
Flair was there, perfect place. You guys were in there. We had to kind of scoot around the edge. Eventually, I think it was you guys made space for us. We came in, and then
I'm nice like that, you know.
yeah, it was very nice. And then
Sometimes.
that.
I think the show ended.
Yeah, that was probably what happened.
Yeah, so Tundi worked on that log first. She sat there. Tlalamba was sitting in the grass doing not much. And then eventually, just as we pulled in, and actually, she came up. She sat with Mum. She climbed upside down. She lay, the tail curled around her head. It was just absolute magic. And like you say, it's one of those sightings that you plan it and you never expect it to happen, and then it turned out a million times better than we had hoped. We just hoped she'd stand on
the log.
But yeah, it's absolutely magic day.
I'll show it one more time just because that's apparently what I'm supposed to be doing. No, it's a very cool shot. And also just the playful nature of like a cub being on its back almost, you know.
And normally, that's the thing, normally after they've eaten, they normally either go for water or they plonk down and they sleep. And they'd been eating for such a long time, we didn't actually expect them to do much, which they kind of didn't as well. Tandi fell asleep on the log.
Classic.
But Kalamba, she sat there posing nicely for a few minutes. So.
Epic.
Yeah, it was a very cool day.
Nice.
Okay. Now, Tristy,
Yes,
you're going to have to show us your own picture.
I am. Which one?
Leopard on a
Oh,
rock.
which one?
No, I'm joking. No, I've got, there's two, but it's not because there was two supposed to be in it. It's because the, no, there was,
Don't worry about yours, show that one.
we will get to that just now. The dedication for the book was written, and it was speaking about Hosanna. And so, weirdly, both photos that I have in here are of Hosanna, but that's the sort of dedication that was actually written by Lisa, who watches Wild Earth and kind of knows this cat very, very well. And she wrote about him and a leopard in the Mara called Fig. Did you ever see Fig?
No, I haven't seen Fig.
Did you ever see Fig?
I've seen Fig.
You've seen, but none of us have. So this was just a portrait of him.
First leopard I saw in the Mara. No, second.
Fig.
Yeah.
She was very, very cool. Shame her offspring are doing well now, but unfortunately she was killed by lions recently. Well, not recently, last year. Yeah, so this shot was a pretty special one, and I'll kind of get through them. But with Hosanna was a cat that a lot of people know and was quite sort of, what would the word be for it? Loved by most. And because he was so kind of loved, he gained quite a following. But the nice thing with him is he was a cat unlike most, in that he used to hang out at waterholes pretty regularly. And so both these shots were at waterholes.
Love to eat it.
No, so this one was taken at a dam called Twin Dams. This was just after he really started to assert himself as a sort of bigger, more prominent leopard. He had just chased off Tumba, which was another young male. And it was the first time where he kind of looked like a serious male in the shot. The way he was kind of standing with his little tail curled, and the sort of darkness of the background was made for a shot where kind of you could see that he was a big male leopard starting to come through. So I always loved this just because of that pose that he had with the tail curled. And then the other shot was at Buffelshoek Dam, where he lay on the dam wall. So it was just the most ridiculous light that we ended up having, and we sat with him. Yeah, I also like the wider shots. Yeah, so there's a shot of his whole body, which is very, very cool.
Because it's eye level.
But it was a funny story, that, because we went looking for him. He had a kill very close to the dam, and it was just when it was kind of the drought times. Do you remember there was no water anywhere? So we knew that he had come to the water hole at some point, and he ended up. We went there, and there was a herd of buffalo. So we were sitting, and we had actually had a few tech issues with doing the show, so we were off air, so we were just kind of sitting there, and we were like, well, we'll just wait for the buffalo. There's no sign of him at the moment. And we were talking nonsense, and I jumped off the car to have a pee because, well, you know, you take the time when you can. Got back on the car, we're sitting there, and then they said, okay, you guys can go live, and the buffalo had started to move off. So I was like, all right, well, we'll just reverse. As I was about to reverse, I just saw a tail sticking out from under the back of the car. None of us had noticed this cat come in and lie behind us, which was typical. Exactly. And then he came, and he kind of drank a little bit, and then I was hoping he was going to go on the damn wall, because, you know, the light there is just so ridiculous. And so he eventually he obliged, and off he went onto the dam wall. And
it became one of his sort of favorite playgrounds.
Yeah, exactly.
He was the first cat I ever saw grab a water pipe and do a roly-poly for us.
Really?
He literally ran with it like a dog and then tucked it.
He was known to do all kinds of things. He stole shoes, he did all kinds of things.
Ate a lot of terrapins.
Monitor lizards.
So we've got some interesting stuff here. So Sharon, who's a volunteer at Remembering Wildlife.
Yes.
Can you believe this is the 8th book?
I know.
But so far, more than 35,000 books of Remembering Leopards sold.
Awesome. That must be
that must be a record.
Yes.
So 35,000 books.
You see, Brent, unlike you, everybody else loves leopards.
I didn't say I don't love leopards. I just love wild dogs much more.
Well, fair.
I think there's already been a book about that. So
Yeah, that was
not the right
last year's
time
problem.
anymore.
That was a couple of years ago.
And this is discounting leopards so far before leopards. £1 million,
Yeah.
not Egyptian pounds, Great British pounds, has been donated, which works out for our viewers in North America. $1.3 million so far that has been donated from the Remembering series, which is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
We're going to say hello to some people quickly. Hello, Barbara, Katie Cat, Carol, Suzanne, Noel. Velma says, hello, Lance,
Hello,
nice
hello,
to see you. Hello, Deneen. Hello, Connie. Who else we've got here?
Lots of
Jane from
familiar-
Oxfordshire. Lovely to have you here. Lisa Maria. I'm not butchering your surname.
No, you're not.
Ulla, nice to see you, Ulla. I think you've met Ulla. I've met Ulla. I met Ulla in the Mara, of all places.
Yes, I was with Ulla recently.
And Liz, Barbara, always nice to see you, Barbara. And then, yeah. So, guys, if you've got any questions for the guys here, please send them through. We're going to keep saying hello. Jennifer Harding, great to have you here. If I do miss anyone, I do apologize. Just send through your questions. Again, hello, Julie. Who we got here? Hello, Marcy. Hello, Gareth. Pool Safaris. Hello, Gareth.
Where is he?
Gareth was on drive this morning.
Oh.
I think he's at home watching.
Oh, nice, just down the road.
So everyone's saying unbelievable photos by all three of you. Incredible. So yeah. So if you guys have any questions for our wonderful photographers and safari guides, it is now your chance to ask them.
And if you haven't bought the book, buy it, because
Exactly.
no one's in there.
Well, I think pretty much everyone here has bought the book.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they've all bought the book. But
Yes.
if you haven't, tisk, tisk. But I'm just going to have a quick chat. So obviously we've got our favorite photographic sighting of a leopard that we've all had. What is your favorite sighting of a leopard of all time that you might not have got the perfect picture for?
Someone else go first.
Sure.
We'll start with Tristy, because I know you can talk
I get
nonsense.
this question so often every time I get flustered.
Yeah, as well.
Then go for it.
That's,
The floor is yours.
No, but I do.
no, but it's true, because there's the. I always say
so tough. It really
with
is.
sightings, like, it's interesting because from people from the outside will often sort of people that, okay, let me maybe quantify this in a better way. The people that have not seen a lot of leopard will just be like, you know, a certain sighting will be amazing, or something that we deem to be like a leopard making a kill, or
Or interaction.
But for us, there's different things that mean different, have different importance values.
When you've spent hours,
Hours and
hundreds of
hours.
So, like, for me, I think the thing is I kind of break them up into different categories. Like, you have incredible sort of interaction ones. So that's leopards interacting with other species, which are mind-blowing. So like leopard dogs or leopard hyena or leopard lions, whatever it may be, or leopards interacting with each other. And then there's kind of sightings that will just always stick with you. And so, like, for me, that would be... I think the sighting that I always think of the most is when Tundi had the tiny little cubs, and you would probably Karula with
gonna be the same,
Hosanna.
yeah.
But, you know, we had, both Brent and I had a very similar situation where we saw the mothers sort of 12 hours before, still pregnant.
Urinating and behaving strangely.
And then being able to actually go and see the cubs, and, you know, cubs are still not even eyes open, wet.
Almost,
Yeah, exactly.
We estimated like the oldest that Hosanna and Shongile were maybe 6 or 7 hours old when we found them.
Exactly. And so same with us, you know, she was seen in the morning, we found her in the afternoon with the cubs. And the crazy thing with that is it was actually in the same den, but two different
The
moms.
exact same day.
Yeah, but two different moms. But I mean, that's something that
Tundi was born in that den.
as well. Yeah.
And I've even seen that in the past, that a female tends to go back to an area where she grew up and knew it was a success.
Yeah.
And she tends to take her.
Well, I mean, look at Columba. She's gone basically
exactly.
and done.
Same.
She's using the exact same den.
Same den.
Yeah, it's crazy now. But I mean, for anyone, I don't think there's many people that have seen cubs of that age.
No,
So that's,
I mean, even
that's,
guys who've been guiding for 20, 30 years to see cubs that are less than 12 hours old.
I think that's special. So that one is always a very special one for me. The black leopard in Kenya is crazy. The first time you see a black leopard is
Next year.
mind-blowing.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, I think there's different, and then obviously because we get, as safari guides and they spend a lot of time in the bush, we get to know individuals, and that then, because you know the history and the story, their lives hold more significance than just seeing a leopard somewhere else. It's not to say that a leopard somewhere else is not incredible. It's just when you know the animal so well and you've spent so long following them and you spend all these hours watching them sleep and go about their business, when you see a cub start to have its first cubs, for example, or you see milestones, those are always special too, in my opinion.
I've got a few, and most of them are all from Djuma.
Yeah,
It's all leopards that we all know.
Well, that are all in this book, basically.
So one of my favorite sightings, we didn't take a single photo.
Yes.
Was actually Hosanna.
Oh, classic.
We had left Djuma, we had closed the gate, and we had seen the leopard tracks go like this straight into the staff quarters.
And then
then
that gave me heart failure and the staff
William and
quarters a few times.
Fenoti got out because they saw him sitting behind a termite mound in the staff quarters under the elephant fence. So they got out to chase him out of the camp. So we were all sitting there with our cameras looking through a fence of these guys walking around a termite mound this way and him just ducking, them walking straight past him, like this close past him.
He
him
was good at
popping up
that.
again, they seeing him, they chase him this way, he boxed down, then he pops up again. They never found him, but he knew where they were the whole time.
Well, I was lying on my bed at Djuma at Inga's, and my Jack Russell started going, and I looked up and Hasana's looking over, like looking into my window, into my bedroom.
Well, remember, he came and drank at the pool as
Drank
well.
at the pool.
Yeah.
I was very worried he was going to try to eat my dog.
Yeah.
We had the day that Tingana almost got killed by the lions.
That was
Yeah. So we were tracking the lions. We were doing a lion morning. Don't know why, because it's not a leopard. But we tracked them on the same road 4 times, and every time we drove that road, their tracks were over our tracks again. We could not figure out why. And eventually we went up to sort of this high point, and then we saw actually Tingana sitting on a termite mound. So we didn't see the lions.
Yeah.
And they were actually following him.
Oh, really?
So eventually, as we pull into the sighting, he's lying flat now because he's looking at the pride of lions that are sleeping.
Yeah.
We had just lost their visual because they'd gone over the hill and gone to sleep. So eventually we followed him for about another hour, really cool sighting, and then he walked straight smack bang into them. So the whole pride lying flat, he walked into the middle of them, and as all the lion heads popped up, he wet himself the whole way up the worst tree possible. It was an apple leaf like this, it had no branches to the side, he held on like this. One lioness chased him, figured out she couldn't climb it. She'd been obviously following him for a long time, so she got bored very quick, went and lay down. And then he flew down the tree in between the 2 vehicles and up a leadwood next to us. And we couldn't see him because he sat in the leaves again. But so no photos.
But that's often
the sightings. But
But that's often the case, Yeah.
I think with most sort of really special sightings, it's an emotional connection due to an individual or something taking place, and that's something that reminisces with you for a longer time. And talking about cubs and stuff actually is something I thought about now. So when Tlalamba was born, we had spent a couple of days at Djuma over the Christmas period, and they had known sort of where the den was in which area, but they hadn't established exactly where it was. So there was
That's what we tell guests.
Well, there was a couple of
knew.
there was a couple of occasions that Tandi sort of started moving in that direction, and we would follow, and she would just completely change direction and refused to let us actually follow and show us where this den was. And she also in that period tried to eat us alive about 4 times. So it was quite hectic. And I'll never forget this. This was on the 24th of December. It was Christmas Eve, and we were on drive, and Tandi had a bit of a small impala kill, which she had, and we got into the sighting, and she had charged us on 4 occasions, and it was quite intense. And anyway, so we decided to not even go back later that afternoon because she didn't allow us to even
Look at that face.
That face would never.
Yeah,
It would
that
never.
face just looks so innocent.
Well, this was when she was innocent. This was when she was a little one.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely ridiculous. And then Christmas morning, 25 December, went back to Tandi. She had a little piece of leg left in the tree, dropped the leg to the ground, picked it up, and started walking. And we started following her. And she was moving in the direction of where we thought the den was, and we started getting excited. Thought, oh, she's going to change direction. And sure as hell, she took us all the way to the den site, dropped the little piece of leg, and laid there and started contact calling. And I just knew what was about to happen. Yeah. And there was this beautiful sort of fallen over log. And the next minute, this little bundle of fluff, 5 weeks old, stuck her head out. And the fact that Tandi didn't even snarl at us once for being there. She'd obviously decided, okay, you've put up with me long enough.
Yeah.
I'm going to allow you guys to enjoy this. It was probably by far the best Christmas gift I'd ever gotten. And I got really emotional about it. I had sort of tears running down my face because I was like, this is incredible.
Yeah.
And for her to have allowed us to be in the presence and see her for the first time, it was just magical. So I think that's something that will really just stick with me for the rest of my life.
There's a lot of people saying they reckon we're having more fun here than everyone is in London. I would tend to agree.
Probably.
Also, not even joking, just before we started the show, we had a herd of elephants drinking out of our
Yes, we did.
swimming pool behind the house. But there's a couple of good ones here. But I also want to tell you guys about a sighting we just had on safari with leopards, and it was one of the more interesting ones I had. On this last safari I just finished, we had a 2-year-old male whose aunt was desperate to mate with him, and he was running. We thought they were skittish leopards. It's like,
run too.
Why is this running? And this female...
When crazy aunt comes.
Auntie comes.
We all know we've got one of those.
She was literally jumping,
Yeah, exactly.
presenting at him, and he's like, no, we thought they were skittish leopards when we first found them. It was the most relaxed leopards in the area, and he was just chasing her. So, I mean, and that's something you just...
But that, again, it's crazy behavior.
Crazy behavior.
So
And
that's,
if you don't know the individuals, you'd never figure it out.
Exactly, you just think, oh, no, it's skittish,
cats.
they're running away from us.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got...
but it's a bit like the black leopard in Kenya. That's also crazy. Have you guys heard about this whole thing where...
There's 9.
Well, so yeah, there's a lot more than people think. I think they're even now up to like 11.
So last I heard there was 9, including a new cub from Giza's mom.
Yeah, but that hasn't been seen in 4 months.
Right, so that's dead.
but no, well, the mom also hasn't been seen much. And Giza also disappeared for 6 months too. So it's possible. Anyway, but because of her success at night, particularly, and it's not so much at the moment, but when the mom, before she had the cub, the mom used to follow Giza, followed by a male. So you'd have 3 leopards walk, and it wasn't cooperative hunting, but it was in the same. So she would chase, and the other one would grab, or she would kill, and the other one would take, and they were basically just hunting together. So you had 3 adult cats walking.
But you think, you used to get Tingana, Hosanna, and Tandi and Tlalamba.
Yeah,
Often
often.
the same
Yeah.
sighting. The amount of times we had 4 leopard sightings.
But I mean, even, like if you go back to Tandi's mom, Karula, there were sightings there where we'd have 5, 6 cats together.
So my
which is
record
crazy.
was at Londo's.
Yeah,
And we had 9 cats, 9 leopards in a sighting.
yeah, it's
It
crazy.
was 2 subbies, their mom, adult male, and everyone else trying to mate. They're all trying to mate and just chasing each other up and down.
Yeah, well, there's
then the
also
crazy
reports
aunt in the
of young males mating with their fathers, with the female. Those are all...
You couldn't see it. You didn't know where to shoot.
Yeah, exactly.
So there's actually a couple of questions now coming through here. So we just want to have a quick shout out to George Dunn, who's watching this to get through his chemo. George,
Good
we'll
luck,
see you there.
George. Yeah.
And then I saw someone asking, World Photo Adventure. No, sorry, Mary Dew wants to know what gear everyone uses. This is going to be
I
a
think you're
fun one.
outnumbered now, aren't you?
I'm very outnumbered. Sony, Canon, Nikon. So
Shame, man. Maybe next year.
only one on the dark side.
And lenses. Favorite lens.
Favorite lens. So I've answered this before, but 400 2.8 would be mostly for leopard work.
Yeah.
I think that's where you're going to find.
I like my 200.
I'll show you a photo in the book actually that I'm almost.
See, I'm funny. I have got a 400 2.8 now. When I lost my 500 f4.
Yeah.
I miss my 500 f4.
You miss the extra 100 mils, or
Yeah.
just. But
see, you
the
get the
decay
same
on the
background burr with the 500 that you do with the 200. And
But that makes
even
sense to
leopards,
me.
we get really close in the sands and things, but often then you're a little bit high. Whereas I felt like I was constantly lower shooting with the 500.
Well, you're getting a flattening, so it's like the 600 too. It does
Exactly,
But
yes.
I think the thing with this and like lenses and choices of lenses really comes down to where you're going.
Yeah.
So, like for example, if you're going to be in East Africa,
Yeah, my 600 is always bloody too long.
well, 600 in the sands most of the time too long, unless you want tight portraits.
Yeah.
And even the 400, so like 70 to 200 even works. But if you're going to go into maybe not Mara's not, but if you're going to go into like, for example, Sulu, and you're lucky enough to see a leopard, it's going to be with a 600 mil. Well, snow leopards, which we
I do
obviously.
a funny thing though. I like to stitch wide open.
Yes.
So if I'm only getting half the body, I'm happy if the animal's not moving because
Yes,
I will stitch it.
the whole thing,
So
yeah.
I'll make a wide shot with the background blue you can only get with a
You've
primary.
got lots of time.
No, well, I agree with you. So that
I
photo,
love that. I do it everywhere.
that photo of Hasana that you were talking about is a stitch of 3 photos. But I mean, this is an image that just to give an example,
Who's that one, by the way?
Michael Paliza. But this is a low angle, so it's either, I'm sure he's low down, but that only comes with a prime lens so you're using like a 400 and this could be 4, 5 or 6. I don't know which one, but when you're getting that separation from the background and the foreground, that creates a really dreamy kind of standout image, and
That's why you pay so much money for that lens, so you can get that background.
exactly.
So oddly, at Mashatu now, I shot a lot of days at 800mm.
At 800,
Yeah.
with a converter.
2.8 with a 2x teleconverter, 800mm, and I could have got closer. We had a little cub every day.
Don't go to snow leopards. You're going to feel like you're going to feel the need to have a lot more than that. I mean, and that's the thing. There's obviously some snow leopard shots in here, and I'll kind of show you guys. I mean, I was fortunate to do the snow leopards this year, and most of the cats that you're seeing are at around 2 kilometers.
Yeah. See,
So you're dealing
just
with.
walking up the mountain, I does.
I just, use my binoculars and my iPhone.
But I mean, I'm just trying to find a shot here because some of these shots are so deceptive. They look a lot bigger. And the modern day cameras, we're shooting with Z9s and R5s and and A1s and well, you know what I mean. But the ability to crop on those, plus these converters and stuff. I mean, like I know that some of these shots in here are shot at 800 with 2x converters, and like you're still getting wide shots.
Probably on crop bodies as well.
Yeah, exactly. Or the body is just the image itself. So like, I mean, this shot on this side, that's across a valley. So you're probably looking at
Like 800, 900 meters away.
yeah, they're
Kilometer.
far. You're lucky with snow leopards sometimes. You can, if they're on kills, you can get closer. We were very lucky on our last day. We got an animal on a kill, and we got to about 100 meters from
Oh,
him.
wow. That's amazing.
But even then, that's a 600mm, and you're still not portrait in any way, shape, or
The
form.
beauty with that, though, is the air is so clean, you don't get that heat haze and distortion.
Oh no,
like
you
do in
get
Africa.
worse.
Yeah.
So it's weird. You get wind, and then you get snow that reflects.
Wide out. Yeah.
So you get like, when you're shooting snow leopards, it was one of the things that really kind of blew my mind is you shooting, even though they're not moving, you're shooting at like 1/4000th of a second because otherwise they blur. It's crazy. And because you've got such a long, and with a 2x converter, you get that sort of track and
So
trail
guys,
effect.
we're actually going to have to cut us off here.
So we're just getting into it.
No,
We'll do it again later.
Gary and Lance will be back for the second session, but now we're going to bring in a leopard conservationist. So not a photographer, so something a little bit different this year. So we're going to say goodbye and thank you very much. But as I said, you guys will be back in the second session.
I think they go.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And
Cheers. Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
let's go.
I would never, which is not a lot actually. That's the problem.
Cheers.
Gary.
That's helping mine.
Yeah. And we're just going to swap this out.
Oh, careful. Knew that was going to happen.
Okay. So let me just give you a little quick introduction to who's coming next. A lot of you might have heard of Athreya. We both actually were with him with Sindile. So Athreya was heavily involved with Sindile when obviously he fed on that rabid dog. Athreya, welcome. Thanks very much for coming all the way out here.
Yeah, always good to have a conservationist out as well.
Yes.
A rose amongst the thorns, Brent Leo Smith.
Yes. So we're very, very excited to have Kerry here. Now, Kerry works quite specifically on animals outside of your traditional national parks and stuff like that, which is very interesting. So you cover a vast area, particularly with carnivores and leopards.
Yeah, that's true. Well, it's actually the whole of Mpumalanga actually that we're looking at the distribution and also the densities and stuff like that for leopard. And obviously also at all the impacts in the different areas that we're looking at.
And interesting stuff at the moment coming out of it.
Yeah, I think that, well, the most important part of it is actually that if you start comparing sets of data and you're looking at the different areas, that there's definitely a vast difference and there's isolation busy happening in certain areas. Leopards being isolated based on certain impacts inside the system. So I think it's the most important part is that we're seeing a broader scale of it's actually an interesting picture because in the one area there's definitely an explosion of leopard population. They are getting more and more. So I think it has a lot to do with, we actually did some studies, we started in 2004 with camera trapping, and it definitely the game farming industry did have a positive impact in terms of leopard numbers.
Okay.
But in these areas there's a lot of these game farms that popped up, so the source or the food sources became quite abundant, and it actually pushed up the leopard population. But to the east there's a depletion again in numbers, and I think that's...
So down towards Swaziland.
Yeah. Actually towards the southeastern part of the province, but then again in the Pongola Basin area, where you actually it's the last part of Mpumalanga where you enter KwaZulu-Natal. There's been quite an interesting thing happening, because what's happening is there weren't any leopard 20 years back in the system. And the guys started seeing tracks about 2004, they reported tracks of leopards, and now there's a full population in that system to such an extent that they're giving the landowners a lot of hassles. So, and we assume that those leopards are all dispersals from KZN side.
From KZN and maybe even from Swaziland Kruger, Southern Kruger?
Yeah, I kind of doubt that, because we don't have any reports of leopard activities in those areas.
Okay.
So I think it's more likely that it's if you look at the lay of the land and the system, the Pongola system has a lot of fingers going up.
So coming up from Mfolozi, Pinda, Jozini...
Towards Peter Tife, if you look at the Pongola Basin, you see those fingers. So it's obviously dispersal routes for the young males to go into. Okay. And then you start suddenly going to grassland area. And that's where actually where the
fall off starts.
Yeah, when you start seeing the end of the dispersal area. So we assume, we don't have the figures and facts, but we do know that the population did expand in that area, and to such an extent that the farmers, I think previously they did eradicate them based on the fact that there are a lot of conflict with the leopards in the livestock. But what happened now, I think, is that they got to extend the leopards are again giving them hassles, so they are busy retaliating to a certain extent. Not retaliating, they got legal claims to take for removing some of these cats.
And I mean, that's great to know that they are moving, but generally, if we go sort of back down, the biggest threat that's facing leopards sort of on the edge of protected areas and farmland and stuff now is not even really farmers retaliating, it's snaring.
I think if we have to go a few steps back and look at this landscape of leopards, and if you consider that there's 68% of leopards are outside formally protected areas, so it actually shows your importance of your private landowners in terms of preserving these animals. And I think what's been happening is that most of your cats in that system is you sit with fragmented habitats. So you sit with the one landowner might be positive and the next landowner might be negatively impacted, and the one might not be impacted. So your sentiments towards these animals are not, you don't have a cohort of people in an area that shares the same sentiment. So you need one, we did a threat analysis in 2011 on a few individuals, and it was clearly that the ones that had a small portion of the territory inside a certain area was, and this is where I want to go to, is that it was, I think 6% of the territory was outside the formally protected area or the reserve area. Yeah. It was just inside the community area, and she was caught in a snare in that 6% area of the territory. Jeez. So that was 2007. But since then, the snaring definitely, I think we're missing the bus somewhere in terms of protection of these animals, because we are focusing so much on hunting that I think hunting is the only controlled thing that we are doing at this stage.
And it's the uncontrolled stuff, the snaring,
the illegal
dog poaching,
and poaching. Well, snaring especially. Snaring is having a serious impact, and not just on leopard. You can see it across all species. And then the other thing, I think, the depletion on the competition for prey species. The dog hunting and stuff like that, that's actually just depleting
your small, the duikers, RB,
birds, everything.
So there's a competition for food sources, plus there's the physical, and I think in the east of the province there's a physical target to remove leopards, whereas they're targeting leopards, whereas in the west it's a bycatch. They're setting snares for kind of...
so Manuleti, this area up here.
Well,
Or on
I
the
think
edges of the
I
Manuleti,
think
yeah.
these areas is still a bycatch.
Yeah.
But I think if you move southeastwards, then it's
Targeted.
Yeah. I think that's why they depleted the population, because they physically targeted
The population, yeah.
Yeah.
Tricky.
Yeah, it is very tricky.
Tricky to manage that across.
And of course, I mean, in the area you work, there's some really difficult terrain. I mean, if we just look at these mountains sitting behind us here.
Yeah, well, I think Mpumalanga has got one of the most difficult terrain types to do leopard monitoring in. It's most 90% of our areas that we are, not 90, at least 80% of our areas that we are doing the monitoring is very hostile areas and uninhabited areas. So it's difficult to monitor them, but we're getting there. We're doing a lot of camera trapping, which helps and assists, and also following up on people's reports and stuff like that. But yes, the terrain type is, you would have expected it to be less accessible, so the impact should be less in terms of it, but I don't think that's the case. I think it has a lot to do with the human density that we're sitting with.
Yeah.
We are growing at a rate of knots. Now, has anyone's got any particular questions for Gerrie, please pop them through. We'd love to hear from them. But otherwise, since we've asked everyone else, I mean, what is your most favorite leopard memory or sighting that you've had?
There's plenty. I'm not sure what you... I've been dealing with leopards since 1999, so I think actually the thing that when the Cape Leopard Trust was started by Quinton Martins, we actually had the same idea at the same time, not knowing of each other. And he started this stuff from Peter Norton's research that's been conducted done in those years, many years back. And I started mine looking at Anton Grimbeck, which was actually the only research that's been conducted, except for Bailey's work in the Kruger Park at that stage. So there was very little work done. And mine was based on the conflict issues that landowners were saying, listen, we have too many leopards, and the other one wanted hunting permits, and the greener part said, no, why are you issuing hunting permits, because there's no proof that there are too many leopards or this amount of leopards. So we had to find evidence for this, and Quinton had very similar challenges in the same sense, and he was just, so I think if I have to look at the animal perspective, there are so many. I think Sindile was for me one of
It was a very special one.
Yeah, it was.
It's an interesting case.
The whole thing of it was something unique in the sense that I want to compare the two systems, the Cape Leopard Trust and our system, which is actually they're looking at animals moving over vast home ranges and massive areas, and we thought that, well, the general concept out there was Cape leopards have 5,000 hectare, males have a 5,000 hectare home range or territory, and females at 2,000 to 3,000, and so you can extrapolate that across the Royal leopard habitat, and you have an idea what the leopard numbers were, but it was completely different. So I think we realized that there's a huge difference between the habitat utilization and then obviously the prey species, but I think when what Sindile actually proved to us is one thing, that we had a complete misconception about these animals' abilities, and you know the whole history as well. So when I started getting all these hate mails on my,
we've been there.
Yes.
I didn't know what this was for, and I got this one specific emails and Facebook, and I said, please don't kill. It was called Madiba at that stage.
Yes.
Please don't kill Madiba. And I thought, why are you talking about this? I'm not sure what you. And then suddenly I found out that I thought it was actually beyond the vet that came to dart it, but it was our vet at that time that darted him and took him in.
I was there.
Into him when he had that stray dog. And then I was shown this stud, not a stud book, I don't want to call it a scrap
The lineage.
well, a scrapbook from this lady saying I had a photograph from when he caught his first grasshopper and then he showed his first teeth, and I said, so this is my boy I'm looking, I can't remember the lady's name, but anyway.
No, we won't say names.
But anyway, she kept on going, listen, this is my baby, I'm looking at him every day, and I thought, oh shucks, I'm in the hot seat here. So I contacted the state vet and I said to him, listen, we sit with a problem here because this cat is really a wanted celeb.
He's famous.
It's like taking Kevin Costner and saying we're going to euthanize him now.
No, exactly.
You
It's
know,
not
we're
going
going to have an uproar, and the next minute, and they said, well, we have no other option, you know what the rules are. And I said, well, please, can't we do something else? So Bjorn was luckily accommodating, and he said, and we wrote a lot of letters back and forth. We had to do a lot of paperwork, and he said, okay, you'll settle for the Texas Protocol, which meant that they had to test him every 2 weeks for 6 months. So that poor cat had darts in him for quite Now he was completely outside the enclosed area. I mean, 6 months later, that cat was safeguarded, and then we had to wait another month for the collar. So it was at 1 year and 7 months, we released him back in the northern part of Sabi Sands.
And I saw him
Yeah,
3 days afterwards trying to be friends with his mom.
Yes.
well, it was
On a live
it was
National
month
Geographic.
later. He went to Satara.
Oh, that's right.
And then he went down to Lake Panic, and then he turned, suddenly kind of found his bearings and went straight north again. And then and that it was his, I can't remember the exact date, but it was in
Mother's Day or
Father's Day, yeah.
Father's Day,
And
National
26th.
Geographic TV
Yes,
show.
that's right.
Got a call from one of you guys saying, listen, Sindile just met with his mother.
He's trying to eat his sister, his baby sister.
No, that's impossible. I said, no, he just joined up with his mother, and
yeah.
she called New Cups, and he responded.
Yes,
so
sir.
that was all that is new information.
Yeah.
I mean, it was
Fascinating, yeah.
absolutely- this cat found his way around back to his native land, which just shows that it's something
So
I
there's-
think it's quite unique. to the
Yeah,
land, that's
for sure.
There's an interesting question here. So a couple of years ago, there was a black leopard seen in Leidenburg area. Now, people are asking, have there been another black leopard seen in Mpumalanga since?
Oh, we were having a conversation about this just now,
Yeah.
that not so much black, but the strawberry leopards. Or
Oh,
the pink
yeah, we
ones.
were chatting about
Exactly,
this
yeah,
as well,
so
yeah.
that there's more of those
I
showing
think
up.
it's not just one black leopard. That's actually another thing, because I was phoned on a Sunday afternoon. The guys in Leidenburg said to me they just saw a black leopard in a marula tree jumping. I said to him, okay, how much did you have to drink? He said, no, we were 6 people on the vehicle that saw it.
Yeah.
I ignored it the first time. So 2 weeks later, I got another call from another farmer who didn't even know this person. Said that they were driving, in midday they were driving, and this black leopard was walking right in the middle. So he said, could it possibly be that there's black leopards around Leidenburg? I said, wait, do you know this other guy? I can't remember his name. And I've never heard of him. So where did you see this cat? So it was 15 kilometers apart, or 10 kilometers apart. So now it started.
It's possible.
I knew these people were solid people. They wouldn't start. When I had an interview with them, I said, no, I saw a black leopard. And that's when we actually published it in the newspapers, the sighting. And then the next minute I got flooded by, there was actually the interesting ladies rocking up in my office in Leidenburg and said, we're glad to meet you. You're the one that can say that we are not senile. I said, why would I say that you are senile? I said, you can confirm that we saw a black leopard at Waterbury Hills in AZP. I said, why would I confirm that?
Far away.
I said, no, they saw that black leopard. They watched it for about an hour, and they said to the manager of the property, we didn't know you had black leopards around. He said, no, we don't have any black leopards. How much did you have to drink? We were 4 in the vehicle. We knew we saw black leopards. So based on that, I never saw them, and we never really tried to find them in a sense, but because we was basically busy with a survey of leopards in the province. And but anyway, so all these stories started coming out, and there was lots. I actually published a lot of the information and actually the stories of the people talking about it. But we never saw it. We never found
You
it.
never actually found
but,
it. Okay.
But then that strawberry leopard popped up, and actually one of the landowners said to me, we saw an orange leopard. And I thought, okay, you're busy joking with me now. Black leopards. I said, no, that can't be so. But 10 years later, we saw this orange leopard, which was actually a red leopard, and a roadkill. I still have the carcass in my fridge. And everything. So and since then we had 17 different individuals identified in the area.
17
Wow, so
leopards.
strawberry leopards more common than black leopards in this part of the world. And then Marcy wants to know, how is the overall leopard population in South Africa?
That's still a huge debate because the information is obviously modeled based on a number of surveys that's conducted. But I think if you look at the broader landscape, I think we underestimating our population. I think it's higher than what we think in terms, and the figures goes from, it stretches from 2,000 to 7,000, so there's not even a mean that you can look at, but I think the important part is that we do have healthy populations, and we do have populations that are struggling in a sense, so, but that's the thing that we have to figure out.
It's a tough animal to also take sample sizes of, because I mean, they, as we say, they're inhospitable.
You look at the Cape leopard, you got 150,000 hectare territory versus some leopards in the Sabi Sands males don't even have a 3,000 hectare territory.
Exactly.
Well, that's the interesting part. If you look at in Mpumalanga itself, you sit with Sabi Sands that most probably hosts the highest most dense population of
the biggest impala farm.
Yeah.
Yes, and water as well as the other big thing.
Those two are the main drivers, I assume. But then you sit with a population few kilometers south that's completely depleted
Yeah.
in prime
Barberton.
leopard habitat.
Yeah.
So
Barberton
it
Hills.
shows you the two edges are, it's like north and south pole that you have to.
But they're close. That's the crazy
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
Geographically, they're close.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think that's the problem, is that we don't really know, and it's such a, I mean,
It is hard
animal
because
to
the
count.
leopard doesn't want to be found.
Well, that's where camera trap surveys
Yeah,
come in,
it's
but
the
the
only
camera trap survey has to be done correctly, and it has to be done,
Well,
the
I
right
think
way.
that's the one part
big
of it,
thing.
and the other part is actually that you're looking at the species that you can't manage like all the others in the meta population.
Fences, whatnot, doesn't matter.
They disperse. If you dump him in the next area, he just walk back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So whereas wild dogs you can confine, lions you can confine.
Fine,
but
exactly.
leopards you can't do
Cheetah
that.
as well.
So Gareth Poole would like to know, where's the most surprising location or area you found a stable leopard population we weren't expecting to find?
I think the one in Pongola, the Upper Basin Pitutif area.
Coming up those the rivers.
Because of the fact that it's not even mentioned in the extrapolation model from Lawrence van der Poel's data that's an area that they're supposed to be. So that was a surprising, but we had pretty much good surprises of leopards being popping up in Dalmas town and jumping.
In Dalmas?
Yeah, it's
Sure.
jumping at the guy drinking his coffee in his kitchen, and the next minute this leopard crashed his kitchen window in the middle of the town. So we had leopards
crazy.
popping up, and Balfour. I thought the guys were also smoking something, and the next minute they had the roadkill of a leopard there in the town.
Yeah.
So it was. I think it's animals that are desperately looking for
There's young males as dispersal being pushed out of their areas.
Well, we're even seeing in, like, Sabi Sands, young females dispersing
Yeah.
out of natal territories completely, moving way out. I mean, there's a female that went from the Sands to Open Gate and then down to Mala Mala towards Kukuza and then back again.
Yeah, they're obviously trying to
Pressure. There's
Yeah, I
just too
think-
many.
and also
Saturation
the
now.
huge amount of people we're running out of space. There's
yeah.
no more space for them to disperse.
Yeah.
I think the thing is that there's so many covariants and drivers that it's very difficult to try. I think it's one of the most difficult species to try and model as well. I
Yes.
think you can easily miss a covariant and then make an assumption, and then actually you could be wrong either way.
Well, that's also the thing, is they're so adaptable because they survive in pretty much every type of habitat.
Top of the mountains to the driest
Yeah,
deserts.
and they've got a huge spectrum of prey,
Yeah.
so they can be in places that people, and like you said, there's variables that can change that, and we were talking about carbon and planting of trees, and that's affecting grasslands and wetlands, and we know water is a driver of leopard population, so that's also influencing things.
Yeah, well,
So-
I think personally the challenge to me is the question that I'd like to ask, or I always ask, is against what are we measuring our population
Exactly.
density? What's the historical, because if you look
Exactly.
at the grassland size that it was, by assumption, I think that our leopard population is bigger than it used to be historically. Based on the fact
certain
that
areas, sure.
Yeah, in certain areas specifically, but with the encroachment of woodlands and where you sit with closed woodland areas which used to be open grassland, you get and water sources and prey animals, you get the perfect habitat for these animals to move into. So I think that but then again, there's other drivers that keep them from being a stable population, like human impact they're on the edges of human settlements and stuff like that. So it's a very difficult thing to try and pin down and say this is exactly what they're doing.
I mean, what was it? A couple of weeks ago, where I live, I was driving home through the middle of the mango farm. There was a female leopard hunting duiker, and I mean, 10 k's from the closest bushveld, but the Blyder River's there. So, and then I then spoke to the guys surrounding. Apparently, we've got 3 or 4 different leopards on the mango farms here. That are
It's quite possible because we sit with a similar situation in Southern Lowveld. We find them in the. Actually, it was quite interesting when we tried. We took a male leopard out of a snare, had him in captivity for 6 months to recover. Took him to Loskop Dam, which was a couple of 100 kilometers from his natal home range. Released him back, and he fiddled around for a month, and then went straight back to his natal home range. And we obviously found another guy around there, and then went east towards Barberton area. And he actually, exactly a year later, he was caught again in a snare and killed this time. But he was operating in plantations for nearly 3-4 months, and he kind of survived there.
duikers, but the only thing left.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
there's
cane
more
rats?
prey than
Cane rats.
that we realized, because after that, when we started publishing that stuff in the newspapers, a lot of the plantation managers and stuff like that started reporting and actually sending me camera trap pictures that they regularly take in the plantation. So I think it's not a stable population, but at least to a certain extent it does give them some corridors to move in. But I don't think you can consider it a population. I don't think it's safe enough.
It's transient populations, basically.
And I mean, so out of the dispersals and stuff, I mean, how far are these leopards going? I mean, hundreds of kilometers.
We had the only two that we had that was actually collared and dispersed from males. Actually, one female as well. The one female, we had the same thing, that the female from Kudu Ranch started dispersing north, which was quite strange. Also killed in a snare 6 months later, a young female. She was actually pushed out of the system by her own mother. She kept on taking her prey away. So she moved about 50 kilometers north, and then she tried to settle in a very small area, and then she was caught in the snare and killed there. And then we had the two males that actually, the one male he moved northwards quite quickly, about for 50 kilometers, in very hostile terrain, in mountainous area, and he landed up, but you could clearly see he was sucked into a vacuum area in the Oorstad area. And then the landowners got a helicopter and they captured it again, moved it back to their property because they paid for the collar, they wanted it back. This was a red leopard, that red male that we actually call it, And the next, I was sitting at the data looking at Selby's and thinking, what the heck, he was moving, and then suddenly, poop, he was back in that. I said, something's wrong there. Why? Because I said, do you know that cat's back in property? He said, yes, I went to fetch it. But then he dispersed again south, but he ran into some hostile terrain and he came back to that property again. And he was there for a couple of days, and then he went again on that same route that he first dispersed on, to the same area, went to the same area north of Oorstad, and then one Sunday afternoon I saw when he moved across the main road, which I realized was hostile terrain for him, which is community land, obviously depleted of, there's only cattle and livestock there. So I set his collar to 1 bearing per hour, and then suddenly he started showing this erratic movement, and you could clearly see he was chased around by something, and then poof, his collar went dead. So he was obviously. But my opinion on that is that we have these areas that are actually vacant terrain. They don't know that it's hostile terrain.
Because they're distributing animals. Yeah.
So they move into that. So I think the sinks are severe in certain cases. We don't have there's no soft boundaries anymore left for them. They're going into the sink areas, and that's also the other dangers. But that was he couldn't disperse further because he was removed. But that was 50 kilometers. The interesting part of that was that male was only killing kudu cows, kudus.
Wow,
all the time. He was a young 2-year-old male. Every time I found him on a cluster of data, it was a cow, a kudu. And then one of the landowners is sitting, that leopard's on your property for a few days now at one spot. Can we go and check what he's been feeding on there, or whether he's not in a snare or something? Because that's usually the other case. And when we got there, I saw this whole herd of cattle there, right where the spots are. I thought, oh shit, he's on a kill. In the middle of that herd, he was on a kudu kill, and a brown hyena was feeding with him at the same time.
Really?
He actually tried to hold it up into a weeping wattle that he was just low enough for the brown hyena to feed from the bottom himself. So he killed a kudu in the middle of a herd of. That's crazy. It was actually a feeding spot for the cattle as well. Yeah. So I was quite relieved to see that.
That it was right, that it was a kudu rather than.
So it shows you that they can kind of be selective.
So there's a bit of questions here about red leopards or strawberry leopards. So Justin Douglas wants to know, what defines a red leopard? Elizabeth said the definition is genetically unclear to me, but the appearance of the dark melanin pigment is diluted, leaving some sort of darker or lighter colors.
Yeah, it is actually that you get a lack of melanin.
So it's sort of like leucism, but not full leucism.
No, it's even closer to albinism.
Okay.
Yes. Have you seen pictures of them?
Yeah. There's
their spots are almost like caramel coloured.
Stop at Oorstad, there's a stuffed one in the.
Yes, that's right. Yes.
But they change a lot. They vary from very light
roadkill. I
quite
found out today. The one in Oorstad.
Yes.
No, that was in 2002. That roadkill. But I didn't know about it until I got the other roadkill up in it was 2013. Yeah. When I realized this is the orange leopard that people were seeing. Shame.
And it's quite interesting that sort of orange leopard that's up in the mountains above us here. That the precedents, because I mean we don't really see them down here in the low felds.
No. We did a whole paper on the distribution of them and had a bit of an argument, but it's definitely a bottleneck there. So the capacity in that population is much lower than in your normal population. So it shows that there definitely there's a, and but by assumption, if you look at the areas where they do occur in high numbers, it's areas where a number of things happened. There were high roadkills, high take-off, especially big males, and then also hunting areas where there was extensive focus on hunting in that one spot, that area. Similar in Northwest, because we said it was similar. If you look at Northwest and Mpumalanga, it was very similar in that.
There's been, I know they've been recorded at Madikwe.
Yeah, that was one of the ones.
Yeah.
I think that was 2013
Yes.
as well. And then there was one before that. The first sighting was actually in Northwest in 1976.
Oh, wow.
Where a guy hunted actually one. So, but then they disappeared and they never showed up. But it's actually it's not a good sign because it shows that there's a genetic
So that's
Bottleneck. Yeah.
bottleneck.
and it's not hunting per se. It could be various things because there has been a lot of persecution by the landowners before that we started even working in that area. So those areas where there were a lot of leopards, there were high persecution levels as well.
Okay.
And also hunting focus because there were a high number of leopards and lots of conflict. And then I think there were lots of roadkills because of the mining.
Those big trucks running all night.
Yeah, and so they were a bit right. And at that stage, I didn't think snares were the main reason that we actually using. It was more the other impacts that was occurring.
So Justin, yes, a red and a strawberry leopard are the same
Thing.
Yeah.
Or orange leopard, apparently.
Orange leopard.
Well, they also ginger, orange, yellow. I've had so many
Different descriptions for them.
You make your pick.
Yeah.
No, it is fascinating, and it is a bit sad that is caused by genetic bottleneck. I mean, this skull here is actually from the next door farm, and it's of a very young and good, well, relatively good condition. So we're pretty sure my dad actually found this, but it was probably from when this was a cattle farm. And actually, I've got something here that I actually know from the old farmers here used to use this particularly for leopards and hyenas.
A gin trap.
It looks like a gin trap.
So, fortunately, we don't really get too many of these anymore.
Now, they were designed for bears, actually.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
So this was originally designed for bears, but I know that we found quite a few. Whoops.
Yeah, it's still regularly. I think it's just one of the things that the people are using for. This one used to be for lions. It's not
Yes,
that's
So this one actually
well,
was used for leopards
as
But it
well.
would take
as
the
well
leg
on-
off, surely.
on this farm in the past.
Okay.
So this actually comes from this farm. There we go. So it's full.
This is what's referred to as a gin trap.
Yeah. So, there's and that was particularly with cattle farming. It's not such a big problem anymore. These type of devices, but horrible things.
Yeah, well, it's actually a device that was designed to try and to eradicate. They called it vermin in those days.
Yeah.
So it was also referred to as a vermin trap.
Yeah.
I mean, that's also an interesting point in just, talking about lions in this. Surely, lion populations historically were much higher, weren't they, in this area?
As well, yeah.
So that would
They were
have,
more
that also would have been
distributed,
that would have been a driver of lower leopard numbers too, in some
I think
respects.
to a large extent, I think that, I think there's such a variety of different drivers and stuff like that.
No, it's crazy. I mean, so that's why it's just another thing as well that I was just thinking about now is like we're talking about the whole Sindile thing, and a lot of the time with conservation of cats, people, they jump to we need to save this animal, but sometimes saving the animal also means it gets put through a very arduous time. So you were saying it was getting darted every 2 weeks for almost 8 months. And then you start to wonder, then it gets dropped off, it gets chased by its mom. It's like it gets a whole lot of other pressures. So, sometimes I think conservation is such a murky pool in which to operate, because you've got the pressure from outside of
Social
people,
media these days.
social media and these kind of things, and it makes conservation of something particularly like a leopard very difficult, I would imagine.
I think that the important thing that's coming out more and more from data collected all across the world is to try and do in situ conservation, where you look at the animal to try and preserve him inside his natural habitat.
Yes.
The translocation of animals is actually second last resort before euthanasia.
Yeah.
But it's actually also not a good thing because the success rate of translocations is very low.
So, I mean, so that was the kind of what the point with Tamagumi eventually drilled down to, was bomering him and then bringing him back, or
And another male would have moved into this thing.
just leaving him.
Your
And
timing
so,
needs to be perfect there because
so that's what we
if
were,
it's long
yeah.
enough, then you're going to have another male moving.
and there's already another male there in
Yeah.
his territory.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's not long. It's not even 3 months ago. So, yeah.
They seem to lions are even quicker, but the leopards seem to be quick
To take over,
Yeah,
yeah.
to take over.
Yeah. Especially in an area like that.
And especially in the sub-Saharan, so we've got such a high density. That's another whole discussion, the man-made clearings and water holes with the
Impala
leopard.
numbers and
Yeah, well, the Sabi-Sands is a giant big impala farm.
well, not just Sabi Sands. It's
Well, private
stretches,
reserves,
the
yeah.
APNR, the whole lot.
And having water holes in every lodge.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, no,
would they
that-
traditionally been there? And having hippos and big dams that keep the grass short that the impala like, that wouldn't have traditionally been there all year round, which is another whole
Well,
discussion.
it might work well for preserving our leopard.
Well, that's exactly it. It's
the gene pool.
Exactly.
To a large extent, you know. So it's actually it works positively for the leopards.
yeah. Because you were saying genetically, though, that population's genetics is of the
Robust.
strongest. It's quite robust,
It,
yeah.
it should be because of the amount of leopards that are there. But because it's not, they don't originate from a small gene pool.
Yeah.
And they're coming in and out from Kruger, and you've got
It's lots
this-
of dispersal happening there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, strange enough, one of the only places in the world that gin traps are still legal is the United States and Canada.
Yes.
For the fur trapping. Scary thought. But anyway, well, moving on, something a bit more pleasant. So, so obviously, we're going to be wrapping up a little shortly, and you've got a last couple of minutes if anyone's got any questions for Harry. Right now, we will be back in about an hour, if I remember correctly.
Yes,
Yes.
somewhere around there.
In about an hour. And then we'll have the whole crew here sitting around the fire, so you can ask all the questions. But we do have a chance for one more question. Tristy, if you've got a question, go for it.
Not that comes to mind right
Not that
now.
comes to
But
mind.
we were chatting so much before, you know, it kind of...
Yes, yeah, exactly. But just so you guys know, currently, of our current census at the moment, in our reserve here, which is about 6,000 hectares, so about 12 to 15,000 acres, we currently have identified, I think, 9 different leopards, obviously coming in and out between the different areas.
This is a very interesting population too, because this is a population that's bordering farmland,
I'm telling you, so
wilderness,
they might go into the mangroves.
and a main town. I mean, we know that there's leopards walking around
Walking
in
through
Hoedspruit.
Hoedspruit?
There was one at Spa the other day, apparently, sitting on the trolleys when the guys went to go and open in the morning.
You're joking?
No.
I didn't hear about that.
Yeah, so
Ah.
they're around. But this population is very interesting because it's accessing very diverse areas from a...
This road at the back here, the main tar road to Campus, just before I went on safari now, I had a female leopard run across the road in the middle of the day.
Yeah, so...
Just down here.
I think I think the fluidity in the populations has a lot to do with the activities and I think the prey, they find the prey where they can, but the problem is that it all depends on that encounters where you have the wrong moment at the right time, where people encounter them and can actually take them, kill them. So they're running a gauntlet all the time.
All the time. That's why I say this population is super interesting, because while this is a protected space, it's not actually a huge area. As they leave this, they endanger almost immediately.
Commercial farmlands going through.
Now, the interesting part would be to know what the age structure and also the sex ratio of the population is that you find.
Exactly.
If it's mainly big males and young males, it means that it's an area where there's a lot of dispersal
Still happening.
We're actually very high on the females mostly. Yeah,
that's
good.
So we've got our main female, or the mom. She's not really relaxed. At the Kudu Crip female, and her 2 daughters have now set up. Her daughter actually comes through camp quite often, and then her other daughter's a little bit further to the north. And then we've got Leadwood female and her daughter that side. So we've got 5 females within this sort of main part.
But how young are those females?
They're pushing 3 now.
Okay, so that's age to start mating.
Okay, so guys, all the rest of your questions, I'm afraid you're going to have to wait to ask them in the next little bit.
Good reason to come back later.
Exactly, good reason to come back. We will touch on infectious diseases and more questions on strawberry leopards. So hopefully we'll be able to answer those for you. well, I think we got enough. It's a very quick one. Is coronavirus a concern for leopards?
Sure.
At this stage, it doesn't seem to be.
Yeah,
No,
that's
not at the moment.
it's an interesting
so
one. I don't
that's
think anyone's even studied it.
Elizabeth.
Well, to a large, to a lesser extent, they started studies on it, but I think.
But in zoos and things like that, or
Yeah.
in the wild population.
I don't think they're really having a serious impact on the wild population at this stage.
Yeah. Okay. On that note, we're going to send you across to Margot and everyone at the RGS.
Am I on? Am I coming up? Good evening. Hi. Am I coming through the speakers? Can you hear me? No. Just trying to sort the sound up there. Can you hear me now? Hooray! Welcome, everyone. Hello. Thank you so much for coming, and thank you for letting us start almost on time. I'm sorry there was a bit of a delay getting everyone in earlier, but I appreciate you all being here so much. So without further ado, and also hello to everyone around the world who's watching on YouTube as well. Thank you also for tuning in, and I hope you've enjoyed the guys over in South Africa. For everyone here, we've been broadcasting from South Africa for the last hour, and we will again during the interval. We'll send you all a link afterwards so you can watch back what they were talking about leopards out there as well. So thank you for coming. Without further ado, so I just wanted to start actually to take a moment and reflect, because it's always so easy to just plow on and get on with what you're looking at now. But this is actually the 8th book in the series, the 8th time I've stood on this stage launching a book here. Many of you have actually been here from the beginning, I know, and then some of you found us along the way, and then I'm just so very grateful for the loyalty and support and the fact that people come back year after year, and once you find out about us, you want to keep buying the book. So thank you for coming, and we haven't got the other books here tonight, but we've got them at the gallery, and we've also got them online as well, so if you want to catch up with any of them, please do. I have to look at my notes here. So in the course of the series, I started out with remembering elephants, seeing a poached elephant, and trying to raise awareness of the fact that poaching was such a huge issue, particularly in 2015. But I realized and learned very quickly how very complex conservation is. And every book that we've done, I've had to delve into that species and what are the threats it's facing. And the commonality in every instance, you can guess it, is humans. Whether it's climate change, whether it's poaching, whether it's them being caught up in the illegal wildlife trade. It's just shocking what we do to the wildlife that deserves to live on this planet alongside us. So the fact you're here showing your support and recognising that, I'm so very, very grateful for. I'm just going to click on here. We've actually given out, I know, the R moment, you'll see this in a second. We've actually given out our first donation from Remembering Leopards, and as you are aware, I'm sure, snow leopards and clouded leopards are not actually leopards, but we included in this book because I didn't think we'd get the chance to do separate books on them. So back in February, I was lucky enough to go up to the Himalayas and find out about the conservation of snow leopards and the issues that they're facing. And so I'll just show this clip because it's like 5 seconds and then I'll explain. It's just a moment, it's just too cute. So this was a corral that had been built for a local livestock owner to keep their sheep and goats in overnight to stop snow leopard attacks. And it has to have a roof on of metal or mesh, rather, to stop the snow leopards jumping in and taking the livestock. And so that was a good example for me to see and understand that snow leopards don't want to take livestock, but if there's less and less natural prey for them to actually feed on, they're more likely to come in and start targeting livestock, and that can lead to retaliation from those people who own the livestock to kill the snow leopards. So what we've actually done is we've given out our first donation from Remembering Leopards, not to this area, but to Afghanistan, for WCS's support of a snow leopard project there. I don't want to go into the political situation, but I'm sure you're aware that Afghanistan has had a lot of political change in recent years, put it that way. And all of the funding for the project there was withdrawn. $4 million was withdrawn from governments that had been supporting us. So they got in contact with me, and we were able to give them an emergency grant last month of $30,000. And that's kept a number of people in employment, working with the local community, and what a lot of they're doing, the same as in this area, is reinforcing corrals for those animals and trying to dissuade the local community from retaliating with snow leopards. So we were able to give that out in advance thanks to the success of the Kickstarter campaign, which I know many of you supported. So just thank you for believing in what we do, for giving me your money when I haven't even made a book for you yet, and letting us then give funds out to projects like this, because it means the world to me that you believe in what we're doing. And honestly, the moment that I'm able to wire money out to projects like that is the best moment of everything for me. So really delighted. We've already given out our first set of funds from this, and there's more to come. Thank you. It's not much of a secret that leopards photographically are my obsession. I love leopards. So I've been very restrained in waiting 8 books before I actually did a book on leopards. And I'm getting lots of lovely feedback that you all agree this book looks beautiful. But what we're going to do now is just do a presentation for you of the leopards in Remembering Leopards. So please enjoy. And when we finish, can I just ask the photographers to be ready to leap up in your seats so that everyone can see the photographers that took part. So if we could dip the lights and just play this slideshow now, that would be wonderful.
Will you be my of time. Your lips crashed into mine. I'm bad at reading signs. You don't have to question. I came for you out of the dark. Will you be mine? Will you be mine? Tonight or the rest of my life. Will you be mine? For life. Broken a spell. We've broken a spell. Now we speak as one. My curse is hollow. I'm finally done. Lost all track of time. Your lips crashed into mine. I'm bad at reading signs. You don't have to question. I came for you out of the dark. Will you be mine? Will you be mine? Tonight or the rest of my life. Will you be mine? For life. Broken a spell. We've broken a spell. Now we speak as one. My curse is hollow. I'm finally done. Lost all track of time. Your lips crashed into mine. I'm bad at reading signs. You don't have to question. I came for you out of the dark. Will you be mine? Will you be mine? Tonight or the rest of my life. Will you be mine? For life. Broken a spell. We're broken a spell. Now we speak as one. My curse is hollow. Hollow and finally done. Will you be mine for the rest of life? I'm finally done.
Please, photographers, stand up. The photographers, stand up. Thank you. We'd be nothing without the photographers who donate their work and are so supportive. So thank you to all of you and to everyone who couldn't make it tonight as well. I massively appreciate your amazing work. So thank you. Okay, so I'm going to keep it brief, but the issues facing leopards, which you can read a lot more about in the book, but again, as I said, they're largely kind of man-made, and they're all related. So habitat loss often happens because there are more and more humans taking over more and more space, and that also means there's a loss of prey species, because as we'll hear, leopards, out of all the species that we feature so far, are probably the most resilient in surviving habitat loss and living in amongst communities. But if they haven't got the prey, then they're going to try and find something to eat. And then often you arise with human-wildlife conflict, although very interestingly, there's some different behaviours happening in India, which we'll find out about later on. Being caught in illegal snares. So snaring particularly is an issue. I know in South Africa, I'm hearing a lot from friends there at the moment that indiscriminate snares left to catch bushmeat, lots of animals being caught in, but also leopards. Climate change, again, results in all of these things. So I was listening to a presentation about snow leopards the other day, and again, they're saying because of climate change, humans are going further up the mountains, which means they're encountering snow leopards. And then, of course, there's the ever-present poaching and hunting for skins and other body parts. And again, I talk about in the book about, there was an example given to me in Sri Lanka where a leopard's body was discarded. They'd killed it just for its teeth. Yeah, pretty shocking. But there is hope. There are pockets of hope all over it. And you'll find, I found it really interesting. I hadn't thought about it when I pulled together tonight's speakers, but actually tonight is very India-centric. We often, from this country, think about leopards being in Africa particularly, but obviously there are a lot of leopards in India that we'll hear about too. And I was actually there in February and got to visit a fantastic area called Jawai. And I'm going to just give you a short 5-minute film that I filmed with the owner of Jawai. And what they've done is effectively create a private conservancy, and it's an area that leopards had been living alongside humans, but there were mustard farmers owning much of the land, and they've gradually, over 10 years, bought more and more land and effectively bought it back for the leopards. And I think this is just a really nice example of what has to happen where there's more and more humans. We have to protect land for them, and I love that they've used tourism for that here. So let me just play to you what I found out when I was there.
Earlier this year, I was lucky enough to visit a pioneering project in the Pali district of Rajasthan in India, which is using tourism as a way to safeguard a landscape for leopards. Sujan Jawai is in a stunning area of billion-year-old rock formations, where remarkably leopards roam wild and free, coexisting comfortably with local communities. The luxury camp has been built with the aim to protect the land for leopards and also to benefit and reward the local communities for their tolerance in living alongside these enigmatic animals. While there, I got to chat with Jaisal Singh, the co-founder, along with his wife Anjali, of Sujan Jawai, to find out about their vision. This is a beautiful, beautiful landscape. So tell me about your vision when you first came here.
So this, you're right. This is an extraordinary landscape. I mean, these billion-year-old granite rock formations with crevices and a lot of home for wildlife in them, coupled with that magnificent lake, which is the Jawai Reservoir. It really is a unique happening, especially for Rajasthan.
And did you, in your mind, think you could create what you have with this camp in the beginning?
Well, when we first set out to do something here, I was very clear that it needed to be a happening that benefited the local community and, of course, wildlife, but also had a serious and measurable positive impact on the area, whilst providing guests from all over the world an extraordinary experience, which is what I believe we provide.
Yes, and there are lots of leopards here now. It's incredible, and you're famous for the leopard sightings. But was it always like that?
So when we first started 10 years ago, you'd see leopards often, but they'd be on the upper reaches of these magnificent hills. They would start to descend when the sun started to go down. So by the time they actually came down to a lower level and to the ground, sometimes it was pretty much dark. 10 years later, I think with the sensitivity that our field team has shown and the patience that they've operated with, the leopards have become much more comfortable, certainly in this area, and you see them going about their normal business in the middle of the day.
So 10 years of hard work.
10 years of patience and hard work, and it suddenly started to change. One family got comfortable, then another, and now we have half a dozen leopards who are absolutely comfortable, another dozen who sort of come in and out and who are reasonably comfortable. So, you have leopards walking in daylight by the vehicle, which never happened 10 years ago. And it was our dream, and in the last few years, it started to come true.
Yeah, it's wonderful. And so tell me about the impact for the community. You coming into this area has been, what kind of things are you doing and projects are you supporting?
So what we wanted to do was a holistic conservation program here. As I said, we wanted to benefit the local community. We obviously want to benefit wildlife, and that's being the primary aim. And creating a model that's sustainable. So we have guests from all over the world, and a lot of them from India as well, who come here. They all contribute automatically by staying here, and each stay makes sure that we are able to run our conservation program. So we do primary health care. We have a mobile medical van that goes to 5 villages and benefits up to 20,000 people. We've adopted 10 schools in the area. That's one for every tent that we have.
Wow.
That's a statistic I'm quite proud of. We are working with sanitation, and of course, as far as our conservation efforts go, we do quite a bit of monitoring. We log every sighting every time one of our vehicles go out. We have the GPS spin and coordinate of everything that has been seen, and we have that raw data for 10 years now. And we have a few scientists, wildlife biologists, who advise us. And I think now is about the time that we're going to start analysing that data and see what we find.
Yeah, amazing. So do you think that this is a model that can be replicated elsewhere for conservation?
I think so. Sujan Jawai actually is a profit-making venture. But if you ask me, what is the heart of it and the core of it, I think is conservation.
Right.
And if you can have a model which makes money, provides a top level experience comparable to anywhere in the world, benefits the local community positively, benefits wildlife positively, and culture, I think that's a win-win, and Sujan Jawai has shown that is possible.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
And we do actually have a stay there on our auction right now. So yeah, check it out if you're interested in going to see it for yourself. Definitely, just incredible. Like the number of leopards that I saw in a few days staying there was fantastic. So, without further ado, having set up the scene for India, I'm going to introduce our first speaker for the evening. So, Dr. Vidya Athreya. No, I haven't said it quite right. I'm so sorry. But yeah, Vidya is here to talk about leopard conservation. And when I first was introduced to her and we had a chat, I was amazed at her experience with leopards out in India compared to mine in Africa. So without further ado, I'd like to invite her to the stage and to tell you all about that.
Yeah. Hi all. Thanks so much for having me here. And I don't know if, the story that I'm going to tell you is sometimes not easy to digest, but that's the story that the leopards have kind of taught me, and I will just share what my experiences are with that. This is Steve's image, and it is stunning. It's Bombay and a leopard of Mumbai. And yeah, I don't know what happened there. Yeah. So I started out as a wildlife biologist and planning to study only the animal, but I landed up, more confused than ever. And it made me think a lot about people-animal relationships. And hopefully, through this talk, I will take you through that journey. The leopards are amazing, okay? And it's not just because they're beautiful and all that. A lot of animals are that, but it's extremely adaptable. And for me, this is a story about two highly adaptable species sharing the same space. That's humans and leopards, yeah? And, they live from the semi-arid landscapes right up to the snow-clad, semi-arid landscapes in Africa to the snow-clad regions in Russia, just like pretty much humans do, And they feed from little, even frogs, and they feed large deer. So extremely Catholic in their diet, just like humans are. And they live in wilderness areas, but they also share space with people in India, which is what I'm going to talk to you about. And to me, it's a species which just holds on so tenaciously, extremely resilient, and almost like a ghost sometimes. And you'll see from the images what I'm talking about. Where human beings are, you don't even know the leopards are there. And no doubt, it deserves our collective respect, I feel. So when I started working like 2 decades ago, I either knew about, the only narrative was either leopards attacking people or people attacking leopards, and that was what the media narrative was. And when I started working in a rural landscape in India, I'll show you some images about that, but they occur in the forests, in tea gardens, in peri-urban areas, edges of urban spaces that Steve will talk about, and rural farmland. This just shows, this is 1950, and it says that we had about 100 people per square kilometer in 1950. We have about 400 now. And we have a lot more wildlife now than we did before, despite being at least 1 billion people. And it just amazes me that India is so. I don't have the answers for that, but there is something special about more than 1 billion people sharing space with so much of wildlife, rhinos, elephants, tigers. We even got the cheetah back, and I can't think of any other country where they'll get back a large cat. And that to me is quite amazing. And in India, there's no space without people. Even within a protected area, you will have people at the edges. First of all, our protected areas are really tiny, 200 square kilometers, maybe 600. There are people inside, outside, So again, wild spaces, we expect wild animals to be in wild spaces. Okay, the leopards have taught me something else. For instance, you can see these little, this is Mumbai, yeah, which all of you all know. These little yellow place marks are on protected areas nearby, which are barely 200 square kilometers each. You see this large green contiguous landscape. That's actually the river Godavari and its croplands. So this entire thing is a human-dominated landscape, and this entire green bit, which one would hope was a protected area, is actually cropland. And I worked in this tributary of the river Godavari, and what I will talk about is from that region. And you can see we don't have huge land holdings. It's every acre, is owned by somebody. So you find that every acre is cultivated here. Yeah, the only parts which are not cultivated are the roads that people need to take their produce out. And you can see a little kid who's cutting sugarcane from the field, and this is also a habitat for the leopards. So what is a leopard outside? when we say outside a park. And in early 2000s, when I started working in this landscape, there were a lot of attacks on humans, nearly 25 attacks on people. And that time the narrative was that these animals are outside in croplands, they're straying, and they don't have anything to eat, and that's why they're attacking people. And translocation was thought to be the solution. You pick up these leopards from the croplands and you leave them in nearby forests. Done with very good intentions. Also done because this is what is done in the other parts of the world, like Namibia, for instance. They do that. But Namibia, the density of people is 2 people per square kilometer. You can't do that in India, where you have, at least 400 people per square kilometer. Taking out a predator and just leaving it somewhere else is not a solution. But that was thought to be the solution by everybody. And that's what they were doing. But what our work showed is that attacks on people, especially most severe attacks, happen near sites where large number of leopards from croplands have been released. So then we had to work with the management, and tell them that this is not a solution. Mumbai was one case as well, a lot of attacks on people, and finally we realized that it was because leopards from outside were released thinking these are good leopard forests. This was like early 2000s, and since then it's completely changed. And the worst thing was that near sites where leopards had always been there and there was no history of attacks on people, these translocated leopards actually killed human beings. So that was, you are actually worsening the conflict. So we started, that time we didn't have much money, so we started putting microchips in the leopards because the forest department was like, you're telling us that these leopards will create problem, now try and help us figure it out. So these little RFID detectors, we worked with a veterinarian who did that. And, so the landscape I'm talking about is about 400 people per square kilometer. And for instance, this little cub, you can see his ears are burnt, his whiskers are burnt because he was found in a sugarcane field. And normally after they harvest the sugarcane field, they burn it. So, he was found there and rescued. But the important thing is he was born there. These leopards that live in croplands are born there. Their societies are there, and they've never seen a forest in their life. Okay, so taking an animal out like this and just leaving it somewhere else, away from its society, away from what it's used to, is not a good thing to do. Yeah. And for instance, this female leopardess who was caught, in one of the regions that I showed you, and she was released 300 kilometers away near a protected area, which had resident leopards, okay, which had never attacked anybody there. For the first time in the history of the place, there were 6 attacks on people there, and when she was finally recaptured, it was found to be the same animal that was translocated, and we came to know because of the microchip she had in her. Now, very interestingly, she was not injured, she was in beautiful condition, so there was no reason for her, the usual injured animal. So, I sometimes wonder, is it physical or is it something else that makes them attack people? But that's a different conversation. Yeah. So how many leopards in the croplands? So when we started working in the croplands, we did some basic studies, putting camera traps, trying to understand how many leopards there are. And we got there was fog, so you can't see too well, but it's a mother and cub. And you will never get a mother and cub straying. It is her home, for her to have a cub. So we got a density of 5 leopards in 100 square kilometers, which means about 40,000 people in the same space. Yeah. That lady, we collared her later, so I will show you her. We also did not expect, we got hyenas at the same density in the same landscape. We got jungle cats. We got the rusty spotted cat, which is the smallest cat found only in Sri Lanka and India and nowhere else, breeding, because there are a lot of rodents in the croplands, and that's great food for these animals. Jackals, we also got foxes. So we collected their poop and we did a DNA analysis to separate what was dog poop and what is leopard poop, and then and then from the leopard scat we tried to understand what they are eating. Now from surveys we came to know that, you can see the density per square kilometer. Buffaloes and cows, leopards don't go for because they're a bit too large, and these are hybrid cows, like Jersey cows, so they're really large. They will go for calves, goats, sheep, dogs. They also eat a lot of cats, by the way, domestic cats. Yeah. And interestingly, all human-dominated landscapes on this planet have huge amount of food for carnivores, right? And there's no way the carrying capacity is anywhere comparable to within a protected area, because human beings have so much livestock, especially India, which has one of the highest livestock densities in the world. So you can see that the density of goats is 7 times that of dogs, but from the scat, we understood that it only forms 11% of the prey consumed by leopards, whereas dogs constituted 40%. And it's probably because farmers protect their goats, like Margot was saying, that you have good sheds. I'll show you about that later. But we also collared many animals over there. We put GPS collars. This lady is from the earlier photo. She's buried a pig at the back, a domestic pig. So my question here is, whose land is it? Yeah. So according to her, it's her land. And this was her home range for a year. And this is all the river valley. You can see it's, it's irrigated cropland. This is where all we put our camera traps. And this is what she thinks is a home. In a little town of that time, 10,000 people. This was her day beds where she would sit in the day. Yeah, and this was all in the night. Now, rural India then goes to sleep in the night. There's nothing to do. By 8 o'clock, people are indoors. So from a wild animal's perspective, there are no human beings in the night. So is it wild space from their perspective? It's just a question I'm putting out for you all. So just going back, this daybed of hers is what is at the back over here. 60 meters away, these sweet little ladies who are sowing onions have no idea that the leopard is so close. Yeah. And this is some information from our collaring data. So the collars would give us the locations of these animals at a particular time. And what we found is there are 4 animals all living in human-dominated landscapes. This is the distance they move in meters per hour. And this is the time of the day, from midnight to midnight. And you can see that they barely move like a kilometer per hour, but it's only in the early morning or late at night. At this period, they're just not moving because they cannot move when humans are around. And this, again, is a proportion in percentage of locations less than 25 meters from homes. And you will find that they go so close to homes when people are sleeping, because that's where the food is, where the dogs and the goats are. Yeah. And in the daytime, they're just sitting. One of our collar animal also showed us how they use the landscape, in ways we didn't expect. So this elderly cat, he fell in a well here, and he was released right near a protected area, thinking, oh, that's got low human density, he'll be happy over there. But, well, leopards are leopards. So he started walking. He crossed a national highway. He crossed a railway station. He crossed one protected area. He crossed another and another. And he just decided to go and stay there near Bombay. Yeah. And he did 125 kilometers in 25 days. Okay. And that was incredible for us. His story is kind of cool. Yeah. And then one night he was in an industrial area near Bombay. Like, we were so scared, but he didn't do anything to anybody. You can see his points going back to Bombay. All these red dots are him walking back. He swam across this creek, which is about 70, 80 meters. And somebody heard about this story and made an entire feature film in the local language on him. So we named him Azoba, which means grandfather in Marathi, because he was this elderly cat. But why I'm showing this to you here is that these animals have the power to captivate people's imagination, and we should use it. Yeah, and so an entire movie about him. He was found right near where he settled down 2 years later. He was injured in a road accident. A person traveling in the car with his family picked him up and put him in the boot of their car with the whole family sitting in the car. This guy is injured. Okay, he was 70 kilos and then drives him an hour to the national park. I would have not done that, you know. And then he died though when he reached there, and because of the microchip, people came to know. Amazingly, 10 years later this year, his death anniversary was celebrated by a really large media house in Bombay. I mean, that's incredible for me, yeah? So my question is that, you know, what affects if wild animals are there in a landscape or not? We talk about ecological carrying capacity. You know, you have large, pristine landscapes and you have a lot of prey, but in the US, you had that, the bison, and they were all exterminated by very low density of people. In India, you have, like, this picture is in Ranthambore where people are repairing a road in a tiger reserve, and a tiger comes walking and they just like move off to the side and the tiger walks off, and then they go back to making their road. You know, so we are seeing something that is different, maybe like social carrying capacity or something, I don't know, but how humans view and accept these animals is super important. I'm going to run through because I don't think I have enough time. Humans also adapt. These are, you know, bomas or protection sheds. This is a super cool indigenous dog collar made for the dog so that leopards don't get them. And what we found is 70% of the farmers use predator-proof sheds. They're aware that the leopards are around. Shepherds use these dogs for early warning systems. And look at this. This gentleman found these 2 cubs. He thought they are leopard cubs. And his response was, oh, it's okay, like, you know. But they turned out to be rusty-spotted cat kittens, you know. So my question is this, you know, what we call, we don't even understand it too well, this relationship between nature and culture. We find it a lot in India, you know, and where dangerous wildlife is accepted even outside protected areas, especially in rural landscapes. And conflict, which is attacks on people, actually decreases this level of acceptance. So it's really important we don't aggravate conflict. Again, because this is so unique, many times like translocation, we are using tools from other systems which may actually worsen the problem. So it's very important we, you know, use. So this is something I stumbled upon when I was working. It's a 800, at least 800-year-old institution. It's a large cat deity that people worship even today, many communities across India. And you talk to the people, some of the older people, they say that, you know, 20 years back, this is a story they have, that the leopard tiger would drop them to their home in the evening as they went back from the temple, and they would tell him, like, okay, we have reached, now you go your way, you know. We didn't know about it. It's, you know, and that's kind of sad, I think. And when we mapped some of these shrines, this is Bombay again, we found 150 large cat shrines near Bombay. You know, we didn't even expect it. And the beauty is the people still worship the deity. And what we are wondering is that if you have that relationship with the cat in your head, even though the real cat is not there, later on when the animal comes back, are you more accepting of these animals because you already have a relationship that is in your head. It is very different from, like, for instance, in Scandinavia, where the 4 large carnivores were exterminated, I think, 100 years back. Now, when they're coming back, the people are not very accepting because it's a question, I don't know. Is it because there's no relationship that has been maintained over time, you know? And people who know about these animals, have stories, are more accepting. So we use scientific knowledge plus traditional knowledge for a lot of our awareness work. People still have rituals for the large cat. Again, I was cycling in some remote area in Maharashtra, and I passed this temple, which is again a tiger temple. So I was like, okay. Stopped, and there were like these hands and feet. And remember, I'm a biologist, so I looked at it and I was like, oh my God, maybe it killed all these people, you know. And when we asked the people, they were like, if they have a hand pain or leg pain, they make these wooden statues and keep it outside because the god kind of makes it go away. So like, what I'm trying to say is our gaze also matters. As a biologist, I have a different way of looking at it, which may not always, you know, it's something to stop and think about, I think. And look at this. It's the sweetest selfie ever. This farmer has a leopard in his cropland. And this a forest department official sent me. I mean, how sweet is this? Yeah. So not everything is about fear. And I think fear and fascination are 2 sides of the same coin. I think that will be more clear when Steve gives his talk. And you can shift it. I think everybody is fascinated with wildlife, and it's our role then to, you know, which is also what this book does and what we all aim to do. But yeah. So what the leopards have taught me, I don't know a lot more now. My question is, again, it's a longer conversation. Do leopard societies have cultures, just like we have cultures? Do they have cultures? Because I believe they do. I cannot prove it, but just my experience. How do they view the humans they share space with? There are some pretty cool videos where people actually help the leopard come out of the well. They put down a ladder. And is the leopard aware that the people are actually trying to save it? You know, how does that change its response? Because these are very intelligent animals, for sure. So just questions that I wonder. I thought I shouldn't be wondering alone, maybe. And our definitions do not matter of protected areas, of what they should be doing, where they should be going, what they should be eating, because they just do what they want to do. And are we as ecologists looking outside the wilderness box? Because it's so ingrained in us that wildlife should be in wild areas that we don't accept even when the animals are telling us that, hey, we are doing other things, you know. So. And yeah, leopards move across boundaries that we humans define, geographic boundaries, philosophical boundaries, administrative boundaries. And again, what is the role of human societies in allowing the persistence of large wildlife? What is wild? Is a leopard in a cropland truly the wild? I mean, I don't know. And thank you to a lot of people.
Thank you so much. It's just fascinating. I'm sure everyone here found it fascinating as well. Brilliant. Okay, so we are going to go shortly to the interval, and what's going to happen is over in South Africa, for viewers at home, they're going to resume their chat around the campfire. And here we're going to actually do a book signing for anyone who would like to get their book signed. So before everyone else leaves, can I ask the photographers to please make your way out of that door and up to the room where we were having the drinks, and seat yourselves so that you're ready. And then, yeah, if you've got a book, if you don't have a book yet but you'd like one, you can buy one. If everyone else just waits till they've gone up, please. yeah, if anyone else doesn't have a book, you can buy one, and then we will try and get through that queue and stay on time. So we're going to try and do. Sorry, can you still listen to me, please? Go on. Thank you. Yeah, so we're going to try and end the book signing at 9 o'clock. Sometimes we overrun. So if you can just, when you go through, if you can just let them sign at the front rather than asking to sign on their page, but ask them to write the number of where their picture is in the book, it speeds the queue up, because otherwise we lose time while they're flicking through. We're also going to hold a raffle, so you would all have been given an envelope here in London in fact, I should be able to click on. Can you bring up my presentation, guys? Presentation 3. Not that one. I think that's South Africa. No, Steve's coming up here. Yeah, that's it. So the raffle here in London. You've all been given an envelope, so I know not many people carry cash anymore, but you can either put whatever you like in terms of cash into the envelope, or you can write your nominated amount and your name and contact number on the envelope, give it to the volunteers at the outside the doors, put them in buckets, and then I'll draw them live when we come back in. And we've got some lovely prizes, including a night at Time, which is a fantastic hotel in the Cotswolds, lovely jewellery from Mulberry Mongoose, these beautiful leopard earrings, which I'm modelling for you, that Graham, actually, who's in the audience from Gin Jewellery, made for us based on a picture by Tristan Dix. And then also some painted wolf wine, which was kindly donated, and they also donated the wine for the reception earlier as well. So we'll draw that quickly when we come back, and then for the guys at home, and actually I realise that we're running slightly ahead, so there might be a mad panic. So Amy, if you want to let the guys in South Africa know, hopefully they can get going shortly. The guys at home, you will be able to enter an online prize draw. Just go to the website and the link and enter in that way. That runs until Sunday, along with our auction. All of these beautiful artworks are also in the auction, so please do have a browse of that. And I'll leave you for now. So we'll start again at 9. So if you want to do the book signing, head upstairs. And thank you very much.
Welcome back, everyone, and wasn't that amazing? The concert going on with leopards throughout Africa. Hello, Roxy.
And India. Rox, how did you get out?
We have Ate with us. Where's she?
She's here.
There's Roxy.
No, she's going.
Yeah, she's going.
She's busy with other things.
But yes, incredible work, and thank you very much, Margot. We've obviously been having some great chats while we had our dinner, while you guys were listening to Margot. We were also listening. And those photos, guys, wow.
Incredible.
I mean, every other photo except for the 3 of yours was fantastic.
I agree.
No, I'm only teasing, of course. I mean, we're very privileged to be able to spend time, all of us sitting here, with these incredible animals that are leopards. And of course, often, as Africans, we quite forget that leopards are spread throughout. And some of you you've seen Indian leopards.
I saw tracks.
Saw tracks. You've seen Indian leopards?
Mm-hmm.
I have not.
No.
Yeah, so you're the only one who's seen Indian leopards, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so.
And you went to Juwai, which was fantastic.
Yes. No, it's a crazy place.
There's rocks and goat herders and leopards all over the place.
Yeah. It's a very, very different way to go and view leopard, that's for sure.
Sorry, I just need to get everyone's questions back up.
Bouncing on a gypsy.
Funny enough, that wasn't so bad because it's quite nice because you get up all these rocks and things with them. But it's the fact that you're watching leopards and then there's a guy walking his goats over there, and then there's a school bus coming past, and there's children going to school, and it's just it's a completely different thing. But
the tigers, people with dogs walking straight past you.
Yeah, because you see the tigers the other day that grabbed the cow.
No, Justin, we're not talking about that. I thought leopards were the only subject of conversation because otherwise, we could talk about wild dogs all night.
No, we're not going down that.
No good.
We'll have to get you to see an Indian wild dog at some point.
Oh, don't get me started. I'll get too excited.
No, they're very cool.
But yeah, so I mean, obviously, in the book, Tracy, if you want to, we've got the African leopards, which have been absolutely spectacular, including Tundi,
What do you want to see next? I can show you anything.
Okay, so let's go with Ama leopard.
Ama leopard, okay.
So, of course, for those of you who don't know, Ama leopards, I think there's less than 1,000 in the wild.
Well, we were just talking about it earlier, is that they've been grouped back together with North China now. So it was 9 and now back to 8 apparently.
100.
No, 8 species, subspecies. Yeah.
But still, probably less than 1,000, both of them.
Population in here is 100 individuals, increasing.
Well less than 1,000. Yeah.
So, yeah, it's a lot less. Most of the pictures that we got, there was one picture that was not a camera trap, which was submitted through the competition, which is this one over here. But they're genetics. Genetic, very good there. Large genetics, are not very good, I would imagine, at 100 individuals. But yeah, very, very, very cool animal. They also look, that's the one thing that's interesting with these leopards, is that they all look very, very different in the geographic areas that they occur. So, all the subspecies, I mean, that's probably the best photo of actually what one looks.
The rosettes are big on those.
Big rosettes, very fluffy coats.
Round face.
Round face. I mean, they do live in basically Siberia, so one must be warm.
Siberia up into the Marco Polo Mountains into China.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why I think they've been grouped together with the North Chinas. So yeah, very cool animal.
And incredible animals. I mean, it's one thing I think on my bucket list I might not get to.
Well, it's become very difficult now. Pre the Ukraine war, it was accessing Russia would have been your best bet. But now, obviously, with that whole thing, it's going to be a bit tricky.
Well, we're BRICS, so no, I'm
joking. You're welcome to go.
No, thank you. But also, let's and probably one of the least known of the leopard species is the clouded.
Oh, it's an interesting call, because technically, and Margot is going to hate me for this, but it's technically not a leopard.
I know, it's hyoid apparatus ossified.
Yes, it was. Yeah, so it's not part of the panther.
Mountain lion or puma.
100%.
Or a cheetah, actually.
Just trying to find the first page for them.
So Tristy and I nearly many moons ago were supposed to be the first people to go try to film them live, but unfortunately I think there was a coup or something.
I can't remember what happened.
But yeah, so Tristy and I had been doing our homework. We were actually on our way.
Yeah, we had visas.
We had our passports, everything booked, and Tristy and I were going to go try to film clouded leopards live many moons ago, but unfortunately that fell through.
Yeah, we were going to go to Borneo.
Yeah,
so there's obviously the two
Tristy
different
and
ones.
I in Borneo, that would have been fun.
It would have been fun.
Yeah.
No doubt would have gotten ourselves into trouble. But...
Oh, and there was good fishing. But we're not talking about fishing tonight, we're talking about leopards. Of course.
And as you can see with these, all camera trap really, so very difficult.
In the forest. I think that there's only one place in Borneo where you're actually able to sort of view them, and it's very rarely off boats when they come down to sort of forage on the edge of tidal lagoons.
So there are guys that get them every now and then, but it's not something that you can go with any sort of proper success.
And of course, outside of Africa, here you're saying the Sabi Sands might have the highest density of leopards in the world, but officially, according to all the stats, it's Yala National Park in Sri Lanka.
Trying to see a Sri Lankan leopard. I can show you one of those.
Yeah.
I'm very good at page turning.
That's a clouded leopard again.
Yes, I know. Well, we were on clouded leopards. You're jumping to the gun.
We want to see
so, but officially, the highest density of leopards in the world is in Sri Lanka, in Yala National Park, and it's quite.
So it's the highest density of safari vehicles.
Yes.
When viewing said leopard.
Okay, well.
How long's the lineup?
Well,
there's no
lineup. That's the problem.
Minutes.
Trying to find a nice example of a Sri Lankan leopard. Oh, that's probably a really nice one. They look probably of all the leopards the most unique in terms of you can really just tell that they're from Sri Lanka. I don't know why. It's just like they've got this very pinched face with these wide eyes.
And big eyes.
Long snouts, yeah.
I'm desperate to go to Sri Lanka to see them. Am I going to be disappointed?
No, I don't think you will. Why are you going to go see a leopard? How could you be disappointed?
Because it's not a wild dog.
Well, you'll see dogs there.
Yeah.
They just won't be wild ones.
Yes. But of course, and then probably the best known leopard outside of the African leopard is the Indian leopard.
It is.
And I think there's a photo of a very famous Indian leopard in this book.
The black one.
Yep. What was his name again?
I can't even remember. Was it also not Scarface or something like
No,
that?
no. He had something a bit cooler than that.
The K.
Yeah, Kambini.
No, Kabini's the reserve that he's
Oh,
in.
it's the reserve.
Yeah.
At least I got my geography good.
So there's actually 2 photos of him in here. I think it's the same cat. I'm actually not 100% sure, but there's this one, which I know is definitely him because that's Shannon's photo.
Yes. Hi, Shan, if you're watching.
So Shannon
Hi, Russ.
lives down the road, and Russ and Shan did a whole documentary actually filming this cat.
Actually, they're not down the road, otherwise they'd be sitting here.
Yes, well, Russ is away,
Yeah,
and
Russ
Shan
is
is also away.
Yeah, I think they're both.
Yeah, they're both away. But they do normally live down the road. And then I think this is the same cat, also out of Kabini, and you can see the contrast in colour that happens in India between monsoon and
Green season's amazing.
So now that we've gone through the leopards in the book, we have some questions.
Well, you didn't
for us.
mention the one leopard that I thought you would.
Oh, which one's that?
Snow.
Oh no, I'm saving that.
Oh, you're saving that for later.
Saving that.
Fair enough.
Because I'm hoping Liam's pulled up that picture of Tristan looking like he's very cold somewhere.
I was very cold. It's no joke, that place.
Okay, well now that Tristan's brought it up, he's ruined my whole plan for the rest of the show.
No, you can go on.
No, please, Tristan, show us some snow leopards.
I will, Brenty. They're very cool animals, so they deserve their little spotlight.
Oh, Tristan.
Brent, you're just jealous because you haven't seen one yet.
I am. Next year.
Has anybody else seen snow leopards here?
TV.
Nope.
On TV?
In the zoo.
On TV, yeah, me on TV.
And the zoo.
Yeah, it's a tough animal. Weirdly, actually, for those of you that are thinking about going to see snow leopards, seeing a snow leopard is not really that well, it's difficult because it's access.
But I mean, in the last couple of years, the systems have been put into place.
So, I mean, yeah, so the camp that we went to, they have a 100% success rate with guessing snow leopard. It's just that the distance of those snow leopards is, getting a photograph is what makes them so tricky. So, you know, when
a kilometre often across a valley.
2 kilometers average distance. So photographically, really tricky animals. And very, very difficult landscapes. You know, some of these cats most of the photographs in here are out of India, which is extremely high altitude. You're looking at, 12, 13, 14, 15,000 feet. It's a long way up. But Mongolia is changing that a little bit now. So Mongolia doesn't have the altitude problem. It's just much colder. So you're looking at temperatures of minus 30, minus 35.
And you can go
minus 40.
Giant trout.
Yes, taimen. Yes, exactly. So yeah, getting a shot like this of these two is just ridiculous. Snow leopards is really not an easy thing photographically. So 100% chance basically of going to go see them if you set enough time, but like a 5% chance of actually getting a decent photograph of one.
Yep. Did you get a decent photograph, Tristan?
I did.
Oh, just checking.
I was lucky, but not for the purposes of this book because it was eating an ibex. So, yes.
So we've got a few things in here quickly. Justin says, I know you're not in a malaria area. We are. We actually are in a malaria area, Justin. How do we prevent mosquito bites? We spray with DEET, not non-DEET items. Peaceful Sleep is the only one that works.
And the smart ones wear pants.
Well, yes.
Yeah. Although out of everyone here, I think I'd probably have
Yes.
put together.
But you don't get eaten by ticks, so you don't get to complain.
Yes, I don't get tick bites, but I get malaria. 28 times now. Anyway, moving on. Tristy, for you, from Liz. How hard was it to be a judge and help choose the photos?
So extremely difficult for two reasons. One
Why did you
was...
choose my photo? I'm joking.
No, well, you didn't enter your photo.
I didn't, I know. I was late.
Wild dog photo.
That was quite easy to disqualify you. No, so difficult for two reasons. The one reason was not because of the images, because Hoedspruit internet is just not good. So trying to scroll through 4,000 images is not easy when you've got our internet. But no, it's difficult because you know what the thing with these competitions and judging them is that you get to a situation where you almost get a bit desensitized after a while because you're just like scrolling through so many cats that you kind of start to actually just get a little bit sort of blurred out. So I found
Margot for doing this for the last how many years?
Yeah, so I found out the best way to do it was to like go through like 50 images and then
take a break,
go and have coffee or whatever, and then come back to it. And you kind of know already quite quickly that you can cull pretty much half straight away.
So they're taking on an iPhone.
Not that. It's just like you can because you for books like this, and this is a good thing for people that are going to enter the competition if there is another book, is to remember that these books are trying to portray the beauty and the kind of allure of the animal, not blood and gore. And so there was a lot of images that we got that were of...
My favorite always blood and gore.
No, I know that. So there was a lot of images of dead animals and stuff, and those are not really going to go into the book. It's about pretty imagery. Something different. And what was really interesting was the number of black leopard shots that we got, which was crazy. And every single caption was, "It's a unique photo," and it was like there was 1,000 of them. So the black leopard was, it was always going to be, one that a lot of people would enter. So I think that, and then the other thing for books like this particularly is to not focus too much on like portraiture. If you look in this book, there are portrait shots.
My favorite photographs are the wides.
Yeah, so
the atmosphere shots.
Exactly. So leopard in environment or
that art shot with the sunset.
Yeah.
Absolutely stunning.
So the thing is that with these animals, particularly leopard, is that they live in such diverse ecosystems that if you're going to shoot like Gary's shot, which is a sunrise background, mist, those typically are going to do a lot better than just portraits all the time, because if we get 200 portraits, it's very difficult to like discern a difference between them. Yeah. But if you get animals in environment and you've got a lot of kind of interest within the environment, like the photo with the rain, that's an amazing shot as well. Those would be just little tips, but it was difficult. It was not easy at all. And it's hard because you don't want to, upset people. And also the problem is that I knew a number of the photos already from the photographers, like these two gentlemen.
Yeah. So Justin, Margot did say a clouded leopard was not a leopard. Can you explain what makes it not a leopard? Well, it's to do with its throat apparatus. I mean, Gerry, you're the scientist here. I'd love for you to explain the difference between a panthera cat and a non-panthera cat.
Well, the pantheras have got an elastic eye suit apparatus which actually allows them to roar. Other cats are actually just purring. They have to force air through they're narrowing the throat and then they have to force air through it. So that causes the purr. So other cats, all the pantheras can actually physically roar because of that elastic eye suit apparatus that they've got in the throat.
So basically, in their sort of in their throat, in their sort of vocal capabilities. So lions, leopards, true leopards, not clouded leopards, tigers, jaguars, snow leopards. No, snow leopards also not.
They've been brought into the frontier.
Yeah, that's it. So they have that. Yeah. So basically, there's a bone in the big cats that can roar. So lions, leopards, snow leopards, jaguars. It is actually not solid. It's almost like cartilage. And so when they push air over it, it vibrates, and that enables them to either soar or roar. Whereas your smaller cats, like clouded leopards, cheetahs, mountain lions, and whatnot, that bone is ossified, so it's completely solid. So they are unable to produce those big sounds. So cheetah in particular is the most obvious one for us that we know a lot. They can purr, they can chirp, they can squeak, but they can't roar. I think the Afrikaners have still got the best of it. They can't brul me. They can't brul.
It's about the most Afrikaans you've spoken in your life.
Nee, maar Afrikaans is like this. Thelma's very excited. She's going to Sri Lanka. She's going to go try to see leopards there now. Nice. Jennifer, how many estimated black leopards in the world?
28.
There we go. 42 minus 28. So we know, I think, at least 10 or 11 in East Africa currently.
Oh, no, but those 11 are we're talking in a
tiny
very
area.
Small area.
So,
the Aberdares, Mount Kenya, Ethiopia's got reports of them and photographs. There's reports in Masamara on the escarpment there.
We have 2 camera traps from Gabon that we had. We had black leopards on camera traps.
Congo.
And I mean, if you go into those Congo Basin rainforests, I say tens of millions of acres.
Yeah.
There's not a camera trap, there's not anyone watching. So
148.
More, because then you've got the Indian ones, then you've got Javan also produces a melanistic form, and so does Indo-Chinese. So the number, I reckon, is in the thousands.
1,048 at least.
1,028, was it? What is it, 28?
I don't know.
148.
So now, back on colour variations, Jared's buddy says, I do have a question. Back to the strawberry leopard. Is it that the orange leopards are similar to strawberry, so is Hukumari a strawberry leopard?
No. He's a normal leopard.
He was just a normal leopard. He was a light-coloured normal.
It's a pity we don't have a shot of one in the book, but as Harry will know, the black pigmentation is not there.
Yeah. So what we can do, for those of you who have signed up to the Painted Dog TV app, I will post a picture of a strawberry leopard on there after the show.
But yeah, the simplest way is if it's got black rosettes, it's not.
It's not a strawberry. And Hukumari definitely had black rosettes.
Yes, he might have lost an eye, but he had
complete absence of melanism. Yeah.
So this one's for you, Jesse. How many amateur photographers were actually featured in the book?
A lot. So yeah, there was quite a few actually. I don't know how many places it was in total, and obviously it's tricky because guys like Gary and Lance, these guys are photographers, so that were also part of the entering of the competition. That were part of the entering of the competition. So in the book itself, Margot will probably know better, but yeah, quite a lot. Well, not a lot. I mean, there was obviously 60 images, I think, that came from the professionals. Yeah. And then the remaining 20 was through the competition, but of that, there was probably 15 or 14 that were non-professional photographers.
Which is, it's a high percentage.
What was really interesting, I mean, also, what do you define as professional photography these days? That's another thing, is people will look and be like, pro photographers, and so pro photography now really,
I don't consider myself a professional photographer.
Well, most guys that are pro photographers they have to be working for a production or for a publication, so like a Nat Geo or a BBC or something. The rest of us do photographic guiding, we do those kind of things, and yes, we have been published in the wildlife photography field, but we're not necessarily, that's not our main income source, it's not selling images or whatever.
So Catherine's got a great one. I think this is for everyone, and we can start with Harry on this one. It is, if you could relive your favourite moment with a leopard, what would it be?
Goodness.
I had one before.
I think that's a tricky one because there's so many. But I think we all have a favourite cat that we like following, and I think mine was actually where you have that feeling. It was a specific. Actually, this cat had a number of names. If you went into the Sabi Sands, he had every property that it was roaming had a different name. It was at some stage called the Sand River Mole.
Yeah. Yeah, he was a great.
People named him the bicycle crossing.
Shorty, I know Shorty, short-tailed male.
Well, no, there was some confusion with the name, but he had this Dosh M name, and he had a number of names everywhere. But in his presence, he was such a composed male. He was so relaxed that he sometimes would walk past you, then you can feel his breath on you, and he wouldn't even blink at you. But he would just come and lie down right next to you and straight there.
He's the worst charge I've ever had on foot from a leopard was from him.
Well, he
when he was quite
grew
young,
up to, I think, 15 years old.
Yes,
before he was killed, and he kept his territory for that period of time, which is quite amazing. So in that dense population of leopards, so I actually think the time that I spent with this male was actually amazing.
He made me leave a little bit of marks in my underpants the one morning when I was tracking him. The bicycle crossing male.
He had an evil look in his eyes.
So we were tracking, and we walked down into the Mashaben, and I was with Simon Matubula, with this giant of a man, and all of a sudden he said this, and then and he charged us from here.
Do you know everybody at home has just now jumped out of there?
They have marks in their
Speakers just went.
He charged us from the front. He ran away, and we're like, and then he went from behind us again, and we're like, okay, he's gone. And he charged us 4 times, and then he literally went and lay 10 meters from us, just flopped down.
I tell you.
Shorty.
Gave you the warning.
Yeah.
It's a tricky question, though, Brenty.
It is.
I think that's the best way to answer it, though. It's time spent with an individual, Hosana for us, I mean, like, we will never get time with a leopard like that. Well, same thing. I mean, they were litter mates, but we will never get that period of time where we got that amount of hours with the cat.
On foot, on vehicle,
on whatever it may be. And it was compacted by a number of factors. We had the drought, which meant water was very kind of sparse, and so they were both concentrated around waterholes almost exclusively. So we were finding them pretty much every day. I remember we did a Nat Geo kind of series, and we had to do like a lead up to it with the whole thing.
Yes.
And I think we spent in a week with that cat. It was like 40 hours in 1 week.
Wow.
It's just ridiculous. So,
Yeah. Mine's probably, I was telling Gary before, we were one of the only vehicles who saw one of Inkanyeni's
yeah, that
cubs.
little one.
Yeah.
Shame,
So we followed her for a while. We were one of the last vehicles in the sighting, and it was actually a trashy sighting. She was in long grass like this. She was hunting. We couldn't see her. We saw her nicely, but no photos, which is what our guys were all for. So it wasn't the best sighting. And then she started missioning right towards the boundary of Kruger. So we thought, we'll just stick with her, see what happens.
Until she crosses, basically.
Yeah, we stick with her until you wave goodbye at the boundary. And then she walked towards this amazing fallen over log. And us as photographers were all like, choose the log, choose the log, choose the log.
Log of last hope is what I call it.
Yeah, exactly. Straight past the log onto this rubbish termite mound with grass all over it. And we were like, but she's 10 meters inside the boundary. So we let her sit there for a little while, and then she starts chopping. Calling her baby, which we didn't even know she had one. I don't know if anyone knew she had a baby
No,
then.
not at that stage.
So we backed up. There was a tiny little hole about this big in the side of the termite mountain. And all of a sudden, these two little blue eyes appeared. And this little cub came out. She cleaned it for a little bit, played, rolled around, tried to suckle for about 5 minutes, and then cruised back in. And then the cub's age, they closed the sighting, so nobody went to that sighting again, and then nobody ever saw it again. So we were incredibly lucky. We were one of the only people who saw her, so very cute.
Yeah, and I think mine as well is quite a certain individual as well that I had spent a lot of time with in Kruger. As a young whale that I actually saw grow up in front of my eyes as a cub, and I think it's the one leopard I had spent the most time with through all my sightings over the years. And he eventually reached sexual maturity and had to disperse as any young male would out of an area. So we could sort of keep tabs of him moving further east, and there were sightings popping up of him, and then eventually over a period of 6 months just went quiet. No one had seen him again. And I think it took about 3 years. No one had known if he was still alive or around and stuff, and I decided to take a bit of a drive. I actually had a dream about it the night before, and something had just told me where I needed to go and what I needed to do. And I went to a specific area and drove around these big rocky outcrops, and eventually the cliffspringers went crazy and they were alarming, and I reversed and I spotted a leopard way up on the rocks. And this leopard started coming down the rocks, and I reversed back to the road, and this leopard came over the rocks, and as soon as I made eye contact with him, I saw it was this male who I hadn't seen in 4 years. He came straight down, stood right next to my window and looked into my eyes, and it's as if he recognized me. And for me, that was just a special sighting. It's as if he just told me, listen, I'm okay, I'm happy, and he moved off, and I never saw him again after that. So
I mean, that's also something that, I think there's something to that too, because we come from very privileged leopard backgrounds, that we spend our time in a game reserve like the Sabi Sands, where we get to in Kruger, it's not like, Kruger's a monstrously big place with a very small road network. So, to get that situation in Kruger, you can't off-road, you can't track, you can't, it's a lot harder.
You can hear the monkey's alarm calling, but you can't get there.
Yeah, exactly. So, the amount of hours that Gary spent to do that just goes to show also that it's not always about having access to the best areas ever. Kruger's, don't get me wrong. Well, exactly, but Kruger is an amazing area, but it's not the easiest area to find leopard and photograph leopard. So for the portfolio that you've got of leopard from there, it just goes to show that it's available to everyone. It doesn't matter what you can afford, what equipment you can afford, just being out there and spending time. And as you can see through all these stories, is that time with an animal is far more valued in all of us than just an individual moment.
I can't remember who's the photographer who's quoted this right now, but it's he was asked what is the best camera you have? This is the one that you have with you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So
and
Justin,
sometimes not even a camera, just your two eyes.
Exactly. Justin's asking a question about that wonderful photograph by Owen Hrobler.
Yes.
Of a
She was actually seen tonight.
Oh yeah, she was actually while we were doing
live,
our first
she was
segment.
seen tonight, yeah.
She popped up on a camera that Vim and I actually installed during lockdown for a landowner in the Hoedspruit Wildlife Estate. What was her name again?
Kalua.
Kalua. There she is. So,
sorry, let me get my horrible knee out the way.
What Justin's asking is, the photo of the leopard going under the fence, I can imagine it'd be super hard for it to find its way back once it's crossed through. your thoughts or experience on this problem?
She goes in and out every day.
Leopards don't care about fences, and Kerry can tell us about this. A fence doesn't stop a leopard.
No, not really. You do get fences that can kind of give them
A harder time.
harder time, yeah. But I physically had the experience in I think at the Gowrie Gate a few years back. This young male was lying outside, and I was thinking, okay, he's outside the reserve in Manuleti at the southern border boundary. And
You've seen the photo. This just shows you exactly what you're about to see.
But he actually, there was a vehicle approaching on the outside, and the next minute this cat just jumped over the 2.4 meter fence.
Oh, he jumped over it, didn't even go under.
As if that fence didn't exist. I've seen a couple of times leopards clearing fences, and even these specific fences that have these
Kenya
lower,
fences,
We've seen.
They just pop over it like it doesn't exist. So it's.
I actually live in this estate as well.
Yeah.
These leopards, so that's a hole made by a warthog or an aardvark, which they use quite often, but also a big male who's triple her size. He goes between the wires.
Yeah.
Just straight through. Razor wire, doesn't care.
They even
Leaves
jump
a bit of
through the
fluff
wires.
on it,
Yeah.
No, they...
So Velma's got a great question here. Now, I'm going to change your question up a little bit, Velma, to suit everyone. So Velma's original question is, if we could go anywhere in the world to see leopards or film leopards, where would it be? Kerry, we'll start with you.
Well, if you've got the funding to back you, then it's Sarbisands, obviously.
Sarbisands.
That's your main, or Mala, that whole system there. There's the main thing is there's a road network that the leopard can't actually escape. It's one of the, I think that...
Yes, that's why we often use Mala for our private safaris.
All of us, I think. I mean, yeah, Mala is obviously... look, I think it depends what you're looking for. Obviously, we're talking a lot of different leopards here, and so, if you're talking snow leopard, clouded leopard, that's always different.
Yeah. No, I think we're talking
African leopard.
African leopards.
Yeah. I mean, Sarbisands, obviously. I think I had this on the drive that we did, the virtual drive for Remembering, but
I didn't watch
a very underrated destination would be Lower Zambezi, the northern part of Lower Zambezi. Mashatu. Mashatu is a great... I mean, these guys... Well, you've just come from there, so you'll know.
That's my...
Northern Serengeti around Lamai. You get good leopard numbers up in those rocky outcrops there.
Guys are still missing my favourite spots, but carry on.
South Doangwa has obviously got a reputation for them. Botswana, there's a few places there. That's Kondo and
Kwai is average. There's places in Bots blow your mind.
So yeah, I mean, Samburu is starting to produce crazy leopard sightings, like Kipia. Again, it depends what you want and what you're aiming for.
Choose one, Justin. You're on the spot now.
I can't. It's leopards. I'll go everywhere. Wherever they occur, I'm going.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tristan has a non-committal, as usual. Okay.
Yeah. Me, personally, I've got two. So Sarbisands, but I rate Mashatu.
Mashatu.
We just came back there. 13 drives, over 35 leopard sightings. So.
Individuals, how many?
Only 8.
Okay.
But
only 8.
But
Went to the safari, only saw 8 leopards. Like you tell some guides in some countries, they'll die.
So one leopard, they're happy.
The thing is as well. So 8
Don't
individuals
tell anyone who
only,
works in Pinnan's
but on the ground, in trees, on hills,
on
high
rocks.
levels, cubs, adults, females, males.
So this is
3
exactly
in a
it.
sighting,
Like
4 in a
photographically,
sighting.
what are you looking for? Right?
Well, that was the question. Photographic
No
and filming.
grass in the
Photographic
way.
and filming?
Yeah.
Mala, Mashatu, and Mara probably.
We had maybe four blades of grass in front of a leopard the
OMC.
whole time we were there. So
I would go OMC, not the
Interesting.
not the national park.
Yeah, I think from photographic aspects, I would definitely put Mashatu right at the top. Also because you get those massive Mashatu trees, so you get a really nice perspective of a leopard in this massive tree.
Filming through those leaves is a bugger.
Yeah, it is. But I mean, you also get really beautiful textures and stuff, and it's quite a dry, sort of arid area actually. So you do get proper sightings. But I think just for leopard sightseeing and density in general, like for me, which I experienced, was definitely South Luangwa. I mean, the Valley of the Leopards. It blew my mind in what close proximity we actually saw individuals. We would, especially at night time.
Second highest density of leopards in the world, South Luangwa.
No, definitely.
After Yala National Park, Sarbisands is third.
Yeah.
Can I throw one other in here quickly? That is not African.
Mumbai.
Is Jawai.
Yeah.
Jawai is
That's right. No, but we narrowed it to African.
No, well, that just if you want to go photograph leopards, that's all I'm saying.
So for me, it's obviously I have a very close connection to northern Botswana. and outside of what people traditionally consider Botswana. So that Kwanda area. This safari we were focused on a different animal, so we were only chasing dogs. But the last safari it was more general. We saw 14 different leopards in 4 nights. And the interactions we're seeing there, so that's for me, and also the fact that the concession is 232,000 hectares. There's 2 camps. So there's 8 vehicles in the whole area.
Again,
so that for me,
it's like what do you want? You know, if you want leopard portraits, go to Mala Mala.
And this actually ties into the next question from Jennifer. So, what is the most unusual interaction you've seen with a leopard with another species?
I've seen videos of them eating hyenas.
Okay, but I mean,
I think also
the brown hyena. You were telling us about the brown hyena and the leopard feeding off the same carcass.
Yeah, well, we had the same incident, brown hyena, but not at the same time. But they were feeding the same. I think we've had male leopards feeding. The one will be in the tree, the other one will be lying down on the ground going.
I've seen a male with
We've had that with.
I've seen them feeding with hyenas, and actually this red leopard that we call it, when he started dispersing, he was actually feeding on the backside of a kudu, and the honey badger was feeding on the front.
That's a great one.
Kudu. And my suggestion was that he didn't make a fuss because he was dispersing and he didn't want to make a sound.
Make a noise and attract anyone else.
Attract anything around. So he was allowing this honey badger to feed on the front end of the kudu.
Also, kudu is a big meal for a leopard.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's a bit
so many.
I mean, I think a crazy one I had geezer the other day, the black leopard with a striped hyena. That's pretty crazy.
That's pretty cool.
But I think, like, from an interaction point of view, tough. I mean, there've been a lot. I had a crazy sighting of mating leopards that were walking down a road and all of a sudden changed direction into a block, and there was a commotion. Hyena ran off. Leopards grabbed a python that was probably about 4.5 meters up a tree. As they got it up the tree, a duiker fell out of the python that the female leopard started fighting with the hyena over, and then eventually she got it up into the tree. So it was like male leopard on this monster python, female leopard on the duiker, hyenas at the bottom. So that was crazy. And then I once had a sighting in the northern Sabi Sands of cheetah, wild dog, hyena, lion, and leopard in the same sighting. They weren't all interacting, but you could see all of them from the same place. Yeah. So that's pretty mad.
I don't know. I have actually had a sighting where a specific male in the Sabi Sands, known as Quarantine, which I think a lot of
everyone was asking about Mr. Q. Mr. Q is still alive.
Yeah, so Mr. Q was actually on a big female kudu kill. And,
it was on Cheetah Plains.
This was on Buffelshoek. So,
oh, was it?
Yeah. I was at that sighting, I remember as well. That was in the middle of the road.
Yeah.
But anyway, so he was actually feeding with a hyena on the kill and didn't make a fuss, didn't snarl at him once. And I think also because it's such a big kill, you know, he didn't really want to fight, put up a fight or anything, and the two of them just sort of ate side by side.
So I think I've been actually quite lucky in this, but that's also because I'm following other animals that are more interesting.
Well, the dogs and leopard is lost.
Sure.
So obviously, I'm not going to go into too much detail, but pack of dogs killing a female leopard, adult female leopard, was pretty insane in terms of leopard interaction. Kunyuma, who's also known as Senegal bushmale.
Doing well. I saw him like 2 weeks ago.
So when he was about 2.5 years old, he was a clown.
Yes. With the buffalo.
Yeah. So we were sitting there at Chelepan. This Duggar boy is there, and he's in the tree. The buffalo comes past, and he sneaks down. The buffalo and see him. He runs up to the buffalo and hits it on the bum, then runs up the tree. And then the buffalo chases him. And then the buffalo goes down, lands in the pan again. He comes down the tree again and goes, and he hits it, like 3 times. He hit this buffalo on the bum.
That's amazing.
It's also like that photo. I don't know if you've seen it from Londo's, where there's that leopard that's like in the tree that's touching the buffalo on the nose.
Yeah. Just, and I mean, I think those type of sightings, particularly young males.
Young male is the best leopard.
Two to 3 years old, they are full of absolute nonsense.
Behavior-wise.
inquisitive as well.
Yeah, and inquisitive and whatnot. So, and then I think, so that Senegal bushmale, Kunyuma, playing with the buffalo, and then also buffalo. I mean, the leopard playing with pangolin.
I would say that.
Yeah, that was
Leopard
strange.
aardvark as well. That's been a quite interesting
Well,
one.
but that's just eating.
No,
Tingana.
actually, like following it and
Oh,
not just seeing the dead animal.
I've just
watch
seen
the whole thing.
Tingana putting aardvarks up in trees. We had no aardvarks left on Juma after a while because all you'd do is find Tingana, you'd be sitting above an aardvark hole like this.
We saw the tracks one, aardvark scratching as it's walking with the leopard's back to it was Tingana's back paws scraping along the ground. It was very cool. We didn't see any of the animals, but the tracks alone were very cool.
That's an interesting one. I think we also forget some of the sightings we end up having, but
most of them.
And then lots of leopard with leopard, like crazy leopard encounters, like we're talking 9 leopards together, you know, that madness that you get.
But I think still that's. I know we keep going back, and I apologize, because we all spent a lot of time in that northern Sabi Sand
Well,
section.
History knows a lot of these cats.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, it was quite controversial at the time, the amount of time we spent on foot with certain of the cubs. And for me, Shongele she was my favorite. Comes up. She was the first leopard that was actually, when we started walking, that became used to us when she was, I mean, what was she, 3-4 months old? And I was with Rexon. Rex and I have been tracking. And we're like, no, this leopard must be here. These tracks are gone. We look up and she's literally
like sitting in a tree.
Sitting in a tree above us, and she's this little cub. And Hosanna was around somewhere. So we just sat down, and in those days, Craig was my cameraman for the first one. And we had this big backpack with this antenna on it. And they came down the tree, and all they could do was
watch the
antenna. And they walked from me to Kelly, they'd come and lie there and watch the antenna. But they were still little. I mean, we did get a little bit scared one time. Hosanna did stalk Brian once.
Yes. No, he did. Yeah. But I mean, we have lots of those kind of crazy stuff, and that's where the Sabi Sands is.
Oh, there's a question here. Katie Cat says, I love Kunyuma. It looks like his dad in Mvula. You can't say it's his dad. Well, Tristan and I have this argument. Argument many
times. Hang on a second. So Panthera did the genetic sampling, and
is he his dad?
No, those two came back as split parent in the same litter.
Yeah, but
I think Tingana was his dad, and Mvula was quarantine, if I remember correctly. Yeah.
So it's quite an interesting thing. We all like to think we can say, oh, it's definitely dad and whatnot. But with leopards, the way the females work, and they'll mate with multiple males, and litters can have multiple fathers. So it's very difficult.
What was interesting, though, with Panthera is that I think it came back like a 98% confirmation on witnessed mating versus...
Except Hosanna, dad was not Tingana.
No, he was.
Just teasing you, Tristan.
So do you know which leopard was actually, for me, was quite a shocker?
Tiani.
Yeah. Because she looked exactly... It was Tingana.
Not
so
Anderson.
she looked exactly like Addison. She had...
that is what we call human... putting our...
No, 100%. But it was also behaviourally.
Like
Anderson was always together with them.
But she spent a lot of time with him, so she might have picked up behavior from...
No, I'm saying like not behavior. The fact that the two used to be together all the time. But I mean, that's the whole other thing.
I think one of the most amazing stories actually for me was one a female that cub. She was 3 months old when her mother was shot in Skukuza, and the brother disappeared, but the youngster survived in Skukuza personnel town for about 6 months.
Wow.
And she managed to survive, and then she burned the footpads on one of the braai rosters. And the vets caught her and contacted me and asked if we can do something with her because they treating and they wanted to take her out. So we actually released her back into that Nkomazi region, into a Boma. She was small, she was extremely small. So, but she escaped the Boma after 2 months. We couldn't collar her because she was too small. She was like 18 kilograms. And she escaped, and we thought, okay, she's gone, she's left. And about a year later, she was found again. She's relaxed. She's reproduced a second set of cubs successfully. She's still in the system.
In the reserve.
Yeah,
that's incredible.
And I mean, she survived from 3 months old on her own.
So that must be the youngest record of a.
Yeah, the youngest I'd heard of before was
9 months, 10 months, which was Sands as well.
Yeah.
So it looks like, of course, Margot will hear it later because she can't hear it now. But they're not so organised as we are out in the bush in London. So they're running a little bit late, so which means we're going to carry on for a bit longer. Well, talking about that, I mean, you must have heard I was quite lucky to see the first ever adoption of a leopard cub by its grandmother. There was a big paper on it from the Sabi Science. It was on Londolozi, on the border of Londolozi and, well, Mala Mala, actually. It was the 3-4 female, which is the mother leopard, that whole lineage that had been through Londos, and her daughter, which was Dudley Riverbank. She had 2 young males, and the old lady, 3-4, had lost a cub of about the same age at the same time, and they passed together, and one male stayed with his mom, and one male went with his granny. Sure. And the granny raised him through to independence, and he actually, what is his new name? He became dominant. And
Didn't he become Masha Ben? He might have.
One of them was Masha Ben, the other one I think was like Flat Rock or something.
No, Flat Rock comes from a different way.
I think it's individual behavior. I don't think you'll generally find that. I think you just we're lucky to find the individual that will show that type of behavior. Definitely. Because you've seen dogs adopting lion cubs in the Kruger. You've seen lions adopting gemsbok. They couldn't feed them, but they were kind of relating with them. So I think it's individuals. You won't find it throughout the species range. So
one thing we also did see, which was very interesting, was, remember Ravenscourt? She had a male cub, and then he didn't distribute, and she had 2 more males. And she raised all 3 together congruently, and so he was like 3.5, and the 2 boys were almost 2.
But it was Campan, eh?
I can't remember that. I think Kashan was on that.
Okay.
Campan or
also
Kashan,
depends, and we've noticed with male leopards, you've got some male leopards, the moment their sons get to sort of 2,
chase.
And there's other male leopards like Mvula and whatnot, you'd let the guys hang around till they're nearly 4.
Yeah, exactly. His mom got still protecting him.
There was that video and she fell out.
Actually,
that was the next litter.
Yeah, the female, that's another interesting story, because Tasselberry was a female inside the area of Savannah in the Southeast End. And she couldn't raise a single cub all her life. Every time, I think the oldest cub was about 8 months old. And then lions, because the territory was no place to hide, but she went into Savannah camp to try and raise cubs there. And we tried to remove it 3 times, and the 3rd time she had cubs underneath the one deck of one of the most expensive tents in Savannah. I sat there for about a week trying to capture, eventually captured her and took the 2 cubs out. Took the cubs to a rehab center, and they were hand-reared for the first period, and then placed with the mother again. And then when we wanted to I wanted to take them to Ngumazi. They were the first leopards we actually successfully reintroduced into Ngumazi.
Beautiful.
We took her over there, and then they said, no, you can't put the 2 together because they've been separated for 4 months. I said, well, take the chance. We're not going to keep them in captivity. And they were 8 months old, 9 months old. They just changed their milk teeth to permanent teeth, and we actually put them together in a boma. They fed together. They had no problems. And that female Savannah, which we named Savannah, which was one of the cubs that we took out underneath the deck.
She's still there.
Yeah, she's also reared the 2nd set of cubs successfully now on Kumasi as well. And they relaxed cats, They like the people are having sightings in Kumasi, like in the Southeast End.
Sorry, well, I wasn't going to, but since we've got a little bit more time, we're going to delve into the slightly controversial.
Oh no. Where are we going?
So there's obviously, we've talked about habituation and whatnot of leopards, and now there has been a spate of human-wildlife conflict outside of what we normally consider. It's not animals pushing outside of protected areas, but conflict within protected areas and lodges. We're not going to mention any names and whatnot, but there have been attacks in 5-star lodges in Sabi Sands, etc. And it's quite an interesting one, because when I was permanently in the sands, like if we had a leopard in Camp 1, I would chase it. Mustn't get relaxed, Chad, and whatnot. And I know certain lodges, if a leopard becomes too relaxed around camps, they shoot it with a paintball gun to chase it out of camp with pepper balls. Other lodges went the other way, and sort of on social media, look, this leopard sitting on my couch. Look, this leopard walks through the middle of breakfast. The leopard that walked through the middle of breakfast actually attacked someone and had to then get euthanized. So it's quite an interesting one, because that social media thing brought in this whole look how cool it is.
I have an interesting thing about this, which I was thinking about it the other day, and it's I mean, obviously, I agree with you.
You're only bringing this up at the end because I know I can end it quickly.
So I agree with you with the habituation thing, and I don't think leopards walking through breakfast is a good thing.
No, it's not.
Anybody.
It's like a lion walking through breakfast, or an elephant walking through
exactly.
breakfast.
It's too risky, and there's too much of a chance that things can go very wrong. I think, walking in front of camp is one thing, but inside camp, that should be... But what I think is very interesting is this leopard you're referring to is now part of 5 individuals from the same family that have all displayed the same preference to go after people and have all been euthanized.
And all grew up in one set of copies?
No, they don't. They don't. They've grown up across the West and...
Well, 2 of them have come up in one place.
But is there a genetic predisposition?
No, I disagree.
I'm asking. It's just it's a random question. I'm not saying there is.
My argument there is...
I'm just asking. There's five members of the same family have all been euthanized with human-wildlife issue.
Well, I can actually argue for that in the sense that we've had cats in areas which is completely wilderness areas in Leidenburg, where you don't see leopards at all. You don't see them. You see them on camera traps, and that's it.
Yeah.
And suddenly that red leopard, for example, was one of them. And his brother was normal colored, the brother was red. And they were so relaxed, like the Sabi sand cats. And I thought something's wrong here. But then these relaxed cats popped up more and more in the system. So I think what we did pick up in a sense, there's a connectedness between the red genes and this relaxed behavior. Couldn't isolate it yet.
Yeah.
But I think there's a
genetic.
Excuse me. There's definitely a genetic
predisposition.
Yeah.
Interesting. I was just throwing it out there.
So my argument to yours, and that's separate from the red ones, is that if you take that area and you go up the Sand River from there, all the way up to the Korpies and stuff, that western section is flat out full of people. It doesn't matter where you have your cubs, you're covered with people. So they have a...
No, that's probably more likely. I'm just saying it's an interesting thing that particular family, when we talk the Sabi Sands, because we're using that as an example here, that's happening not just in that section.
But in other sections, they're not encouraged to be in camp, and they're shot with paintball guns and chased out.
No, 100%. But there are other camps that are not.
Things plays a role.
Yeah.
But there's other camps that are not. We know in the north that it's not discouraged.
Yes, and we know in the north that there's people being bitten by leopards in the north that doesn't get into the public and social media stuff, but there have been people attacked, and that's when
one incident that we know of.
Yeah. Some of the private camps as well.
Yes, that's also true.
Yes. Anyway, we'll just leave you with a little bit of controversy. VMP, what's happening
we went
on
down
your
the slippery
side?
slope.
Yeah.
I love to cause a little bit of drama. Oh no, I think I caused my drama too soon. We're not off yet. But yes, so obviously we're not going to answer any questions on that, but it's just something to think about. And the reason I bring it up is social media has great potential for good, but it also has great potential for bad.
So what I was going to say to you now is that, and this actually plays into this whole book here, and one of the big things with Margaret, and going back to just the judging of images, was that ethically we tried to make sure that there wasn't images that were being used. And there's, because of social media and photography pressure, there's places where snow leopards are being taken out of dens as cubs to be put on rocks so that people can photograph them. There's pushing of animals. There's people spraying animals with water to try to get ears forward, like
snarls,
whatever. So it just, as a photographic community, we need to be a little bit more aware of what we're doing.
Okay, so that is just a little bit of food for thought before we end the show. It has been absolutely amazing being able to be part of Remembering Leopards. A big thank you to Kerry and to I'm Jack. Lance and Gary for joining us, and of course to Tristan. And we're going to hand you back to Margot all the way back in London, and I guarantee you we're going to have more fun at the fire behind us.
Since you were wearing this one, I think I'll take the other one. Now, I'll divide me the earrings.
If you've got a final envelope. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for coming back so promptly. Good evening, everyone watching online again. Sorry, I think I was talking by the mic when I shouldn't have, but I hope you enjoyed at home the second half of the guys from South Africa. Thank you so much to all of the guys there, and to say you'll get the link to watch back what they were doing as well. Tiny bit of housekeeping before I go on to the raffles. Someone has dropped a little pendant. It's very hard to see. It's like a little tear shape, and it's silver. It's got something inside. So if anyone's lost this, I've got it up here, and we can fetch it for you later. So very quickly, we're going to draw the prize draw for the room. I'm going to hand them to my beautiful assistant, Jackie, who's one of our fantastic volunteers. And so, yes. So I'll call out who's won what, and then come and see her at the end, and she'll sort you out afterwards. So, fourth prize, backwards, is the Painted Wolf wine, and this is for Kay Wheeler. Okay, third prize is the prize is the mulberry mongoose necklace. That's a mouthful. Helen Talbot. Second prize is a choice of the beautiful leopard earrings I have in, or elephant earrings, and that goes to Dee Ellison. And the well done, Dee. And the prize of the overnight stay at Time in the Cotswolds is Ingrid Gerlow. And then, don't forget, we've got lots of fabulous prizes in the online prize draw as well, and that doesn't close until Sunday. So, let me click on. So, without further ado, I'm going to introduce the wonderful Steve Winter. This is the second time Steve has actually spoken for us, which is fantastic. He was here for Remembering Rhinos when we were just starting out and not many people knew us, and I wrote to him and said, please, will you support us and come and speak? And he did so fantastically, so I'm thrilled that he's come back again for us. Yes, there's a few people who've seen more rare leopards in the world than Steve. So without further ado, I'd like to hand over to the wonderful Steve Winter.
Good evening, everyone. It's just such a pleasure and honor to be here. And I'm going to tell you a story about working on my last, well, my only National Geographic leopard story, and a TV show we did with the great Bertie Gregory, who is somewhere in the back row. But what is one of the first questions we ask when we're talking about doing a story for National Geographic? The question is why? Why do a story on leopards? Why do a story on leopards now? And the leopard, as we have heard tonight, is one of the most persecuted and also adaptable cats on the planet. So we want to do a story to investigate this further. And every time I do a story, I do deep research and reach out to local scientists, conservationists, and experts to learn what I can before I hit the ground. And then I follow my one mantra, which is every day's a school day. Because every day you're learning something new. It may not turn out the way you think it is. But one thing I always want is I always have images in my mind that grow as the story grows. And some I have beforehand, like, why don't we get a leopard in a tree with all the stars behind him? And the reason I could never do this was because you can't stop your vehicle after dark in a reserve or put a tripod outside the Jeep. But I was able to get that, which to me is very important, and I'm looking forward to getting something like that more again in the future. But the other thing I look for, what are the problems with the species I'm working on? Because every problem has a solution. What are the successes? And if there are successes, how can we help those successes along by getting them in the magazine? And one of the successes is coming up after we talk about the fact that leopards have lost a lot of their range. But I have the figures for that. 2/3 in Africa, 84% in Eurasia, which is a whole lot. Somewhat less than other big cats, but it's still a major drop. One place that they're doing really well is India. But the reason I wanted to go to celebrate success was a project by Tristan Dickerson. I used to be at Panthera.org for 4 years, the world's largest big cat organization, and Tristan was working on a project with the Shembe religion, which is part Zulu, part Christian. Now they have anywhere between 5 million and 8 million adherents. And all the males have to wear leopard skins. Well, as Tristan said, from visiting a few of these church gatherings, you realize it's not 92 or 100 or 200 leopard skins we're looking at. We're talking about thousands upon thousands of leopard skins. So what does Tristan do? He goes to China, finds a factory that makes the cloth that he thinks will be accepted by the church and brings it back. And now over 60% in South Africa are now wearing fake skins, which is a great success. But this religion is in southern Africa, so there's a lot of the countries he needs to go to. Now, we were the first white foreigners to be invited into Shembe, and this was the first view we had of some of the elders, and I was like, this is not going to go too well. Look at that guy looking at me. Well, in the end, it went really well because we had a line to these skins, and they all hated wearing the regular skins. They were scratchy. And as this guy just told me, he was like speaking back to me what we were speaking to them. He said, we want to save leopards because I want my kids and my grandkids to see them. And I said, I should be taping you, which we were, and filming him also. But so we could say it back to your followers. But we were there. He was asking if I could get some more skins, and told Tristan about it, and they worked it out. But it was incredible being here. We saw images like this man right here. But we spent the whole day and the next day and the next weekend listening to this. Over and over and over again for hours upon hours while they danced. It was absolutely one of the most incredible cultural events I've ever seen, except for the fact that they're wearing leopard skins. So getting to change that was really important. And then trying to find the fact that this has become big business for many people. And we were at a rancher's house once, and he said, I was sitting there looking at a primate in the distance, and he goes, 326 meters. And I go, what? And he says, a monkey over there. And I said, how do you know that? And he goes, because I shoot him, and that's what the scope says. He said, if a leopard comes on the property, I do the exact same thing. And I said, where do you sell the skins? It went too fast. And he said, Shembe. So I know, okay, there's an underlying problem here that needs to be taken care of. But these people are also worried about the fact that their sheep, the wool of their sheep is highly valued. And because a conservation organization stopped giving them insurance, he started putting out traps and then would call animal rescue and say, I have a 3-legged leopard for you. I wrote something down here. It said ranchers put up traps to capture leopards, and they would call animal rescue because he would be had in the past be given insurance by the same organization, but the money ran out for the project. So he started trapping again. Continuity is so very important in any insurance or other programs with farmers or ranchers. They live close to the bone with tight profit margins. And once you gain their trust, it is not something you want to lose and is hard to get back. Because every predator that we know and love that's a big cat preys on livestock if they don't have enough prey. And so when we get these projects, if you're able to help or you're a part of a conservation organization, we need continuity, whether they're ranchers or not, because I've seen horrific things happen because the money ran out. Now, these ranchers also use these dogs. I can't remember the name of them. Anatolian Shepherds? Okay. But you know what this one did when I came up to the fence? Bertie and I walked up to it. He came up and started licking my hand. I said, you're not much of a guard dog, dude. But he was cute. And another thing I did, we kept hearing about this Cape leopard. And at the time they were saying that it was a subspecies, but it's not a subspecies. It's a cat that lives in an area with low prey density, and it's a real tough area northwest of Cape Town. We're all the north of the wine country. And so it is the largest Cape leopard. It has been 35 kilos, and an average Savannah leopard in Kruger is about 70 kilos. So they're about half the size. That's what makes them unique. So on this story, we're going to South Africa. So here's the first day, and one of the first pictures we got was a leopard in the tree. That's one of the unique aspects. The leopard is the only cat that climbs the tree and takes his food up there to keep it away from lions or other predators. And another first day picture was the cubs, because whenever you're doing this story, it's like you're going to an area that has a mother and cubs, because we know that you need that awe factor when you're looking at these pictures, like, oh, mom cleaning the cub, or not so awe but still cool the first time this little leopard cub climbed a tree and took over mom's kill. So it's kind of bloody, but this is what they do. But the cool thing was, it was the first time it went up. Well, how's it going to get down? So I did a series of shots of it going. It got to the bottom. It's looking around. And then, whoops, And there it is holding on. For some reason, I switched to vertical. And we were in Sabi Sands. And Sabi Sands has an unbroken area all the way to the eastern border with Kruger. But this young cub decided to check out the fence. He actually went under the fence, and we were freaking out. But luckily, as with many of these fences, not all the electricity works. Luckily for this cub, it didn't, because he went underneath it. But I'm always trying to find images that I've never seen before. So my editor, Kathy Moran, who's now retired, would go, wow, Steve, I've never seen that before. So I love looking at twilight and dark. Right before, you can see there's stars out right now, a leopard in a tree standing up, and then, of course, a leopard in a tree laying down. And some behavior. Here's a male that is sprayed on this tree branch and now is rubbing on it so it's scent. He can go across and start rubbing his neck on trees. And your standard portrait of a leopard looking off into the distance with that 1,000-mile stare. And something I had never seen before is two females for 5 seconds facing off to each other. And of course, the young one turned around, and it was because there was a male that wanted to mate in the area. We found that out a couple hours later when that female was mating with him. But every night we would see the females do something with their cubs. If she needed to go hunt, she was going to hide them somewhere. And if not, she was going to hang out with them and play. Or they were going to play with the camera trap I had just set up. We knew her so well. We were in Sabi for only 2.5 weeks. But we were setting the trap up, and all of a sudden we turned, and there's the female. Like where that back row right in there is, really close. She looks at us, keeps walking. The cubs keep walking. She was used to seeing us. And then the cubs kind of took off the end of the flash holders and walked away with it. Got it back the next day, though. And she took a big old stretch, and then the cubs went and nursed. And here's another one of those awe pictures of the cubs hanging with mom, sleeping in a hot, dry sand on a riverbed. Hold it, I keep hitting this. There we go. And we always set camera traps up. Sometimes they work where we get them, like with tigers, I use them. Some species, they work better than others. So here's Birdie and I setting up a camera trap with a couple people from the lodge, Delaney Lodge we were staying at. And we got pictures like the reason the leopardess was very worried was this animal here. The hyena, because they would definitely come after the cubs every night. And then I set one up in this sandy area just to see what the cubs did. Here's one flying through the air. And here is another trap where she's bringing in smaller prey to teach the cubs how to eat meat when she's weaning them. And then there it is. Another picture that, well, a little nose goes a long way for that cub there. And this, I love this shot because it shows a leopard in camouflage in the dry grass. Now, I was doing a story, the only story I've ever had killed at National Geographic in 32 years was a story about an area that had 7 cats in it. One of them was a clouded leopard. So I got clouded leopard. I got some cubs here going over the log. But the poachers in Nagaland, the Naga, who used to be headhunters, they used to be tiger hunters, stole all my camera traps. So we killed the story because we'd had that happen before, and it becomes an expensive proposition. If they're going to steal everything, then I'm going to leave. Now, the Indo-Chinese tiger is actually very, very endangered. It only has between 2 and 6% of its range left yet. And you can see that the head shape is a bit different. This is in Hoi Kai Keng in a national park in Thailand. And this is another shot I got there of a black leopard drinking on the river. And here is a subspecies. This is the Sri Lankan leopard, which is doing actually very well. You know why? The only predator on the island of Sri Lanka is the human. And the local people benefit from living with predators because of the tourist industry, which is great. So when I met Bertie at a pub here in London after Wildlife Photographer of the Year, we went off to do leopards. We went to South Africa first, like we just saw. But we ended up filming primarily in Mumbai, because I'm always looking for that thing that's going to make you go, you gotta be kidding me. And leopards in Mumbai is one of those places. So we got a Nat Geo Wild show called Mission Critical Leopards at the Door. And here we're going to see some video clips and stills from that.
My passion is big cats. Usually I work in the jungles of the world, in the middle of nowhere. Now I'm in Mumbai, one of the busiest and most crowded cities on the planet.
It seems like an odd place to look for big cats. An urban sprawl of 21 million people and the hustle and bustle that goes with them.
And I started to put camera traps up in areas where people have seen leopards. So the first thing I need to do is realize that we're in a city of 21 million people, and in the center of it is a park, which I'll show you in a second. And here's a mom, here's her cubs walking up a pathway to an Islamic holy site, which is on top of this specific hill. And here's some kids walking up the same path right after the leopards.
They come from Sanjay Gandhi, a 40-square-mile national park that directly borders the city.
On my right is a small national park, home to as many as 40 leopards. On my left, Mumbai, India.
Now you can see from this map that when you all ruled India, you made a park right in the center of Bombay. Now, why'd you make a park there? Because there's water. And that's where all the water from Bombay came from. Now it's Sanjay Gandhi National Park. Only 10% of the water comes from there. But right in that core area is sambar and cheetal, which is spotted deer, all the prey that these leopards need. Now, I was asking Vidya about her collared animals that she just collared 5 of them, because I always wondered, all around the park, is this a laser? Yeah. All around the park here, we were over, what side were we on? I don't remember. I think this side. There's a path, which you'll see in a video coming up. And leopards walk on that path every night. Now, some of them come, there's a hill that goes over, and then there's the area where they can get deer. And then they go back over it at night, because I think they're just curious cats. Except Vidya found that 39% of those cats' main prey base are dogs. And the area I was working in that you'll see coming up pretty quickly, these apartment blocks, I asked the people there whether they had stray dogs around. They said, you know, I've been here 10 years and we had stray dogs in the past, but guess what? We don't have them anymore. We don't know where they went. Here's a short video clip that kind of explains where we were at and some of the early problems that they had.
To investigate and document what happens when leopards and people share the same space.
It would be interesting to find out how she knew it was a leopard.
He's trying to understand what brings about the attacks and what can be done to prevent them. And he hopes to show the world that maybe the best way to save these big cats is by learning to live with them.
I want to get images that show leopards living with people and people living with leopards. Images that really hit people over the head and make them say wow and think about, how could this be?
To find the right location, Steve heads to the interface between the leopard's world and ours.
We're on the eastern flank of Sanjay Gandhi National Park. You can see the trees and everything here, but like many urban parks, you have trees on one side and buildings on the other. And what I need is an opening that goes from the leopard's home to the people's home.
Leopards patrol this trail on the very edge of the park. From here, they are just yards from the city.
You can see right here that these were the buildings that we were using for our camera traps. I wanted to use camera traps. The first night we were there, one of my local assistants said, "Why don't we just shoot when the leopards go by?" And I said, "Why don't you stay out here tonight?" And a leopard started walking by him, and he moved his foot in the dry leaves, and as soon as the leopard heard it, the leopard took off. And so he told me the next morning, I said, "That's why I'm not going to be out there. That's not what I want. It's the way that I kind of shoot," and you'll see it as the pictures come up. But these were the areas that were having trouble with some leopards, primarily because they didn't have, some of them, people that were coming in from failed farms in other parts of India. They didn't have any bathroom facilities, so they would go into the park, and every time you're small, you look like prey if you're squatting down or something, or a small child or something. And these are some guys here that had a workshop. This is at midnight, and there was one of the only doors to the park on this side of the town. And so I'd always ask him, "Have you seen any leopards come out?" Because the leopards would just walk right outside of this door in the park and just right onto the street to look for dogs. I spent a week right in front of that door in a car from midnight to dawn. Never saw a leopard. But we heard that they were there because crows, ravens, dogs barking. But we never saw them. So this is the trail that we're talking about. I picked this first bridge that was built by the British back in the 1800s. And these families walk across it. Kids play cricket in the area. Families take walks. Friends take walks. When after work, they get the kids and take walks, or the kids are hanging around there. But as it got dark, I started to notice that people would leave and go home. These are some of the areas where people don't have facilities, and you can see leopards are coming into these areas at night on my camera traps. Here's one of a young man here who was squatting down, and a leopard came in and grabbed him from both sides. He immediately stood up, leopard took off, did not come after him, but that's one of the problems. Here I said, well, where's an area that has problems? And they said, right here, a 10-year-old girl was killed. And I said, why is there a spotlight there? And he said, I said, did the government come and put up bathrooms? They said, no, they came up and put a spotlight. So it was one of my jobs to meet people from NGOs that actually build toilets, and that's one of the things that we did later on, and it actually did work. And this was one of the saddest story of a mother who lost her 5-year-old daughter here in that painting. And then she had another daughter that was born on the exact same day as the daughter she lost by the leopard. They moved away, the government gave them money, but now, like I said, bathrooms are being built, which is great. But we were looking for places like this, at that Islamic holy site. The man that ran it had a couple goats, some chickens, so he had water out for them. But at night he put them in kind of a fenced-off area where the leopard couldn't come. And he'd sit in his bedroom window and look out for the leopards. This is most people's alarm system here, is a dog barking, because the dog's barking, and there comes the leopard. Now, we had a funny situation where we would go into villages, and I'd try to find places to put up camera traps. And I went into one village and saw this older man with a small bottle, and I said, "What's he drinking?" He said, they said, "Some kind of moonshine." Well, this picture became Drunk Grandpa, because we never found out his name, just that his daughter-in-law would never let him sleep in the house. And so he slept in this area here, and you can see there's a leopard walking by. And the reason I wanted to put the camera trap up, because he looked at me and he said, "You know, there's some nights when I've woken up and the leopard's standing on the stairs there looking at me through my gate." It took a long time to get this picture, and it's not that great, but you know, every story has these moments that you don't forget, and Drunk Grandpa picture was one of them. Now here's some birdie's drone footage of where we set up our
I can see a compositional frame. Camera goes on that branch right there. Same height as the bridge, so we're looking at leopard eye level. Let's get to work.
Leopards are usually wary of people, so Steve must operate remotely. He'll set up the camera and frame the image exactly the way he wants it, and then let the leopard trigger the shot itself when it trips a motion sensor. The camera will be mounted on a 30-foot platform built from scratch.
But it's going to take these guys about 3 hours to build this. This is what they do. It's how buildings are made all over India, and essentially in many places of the world, are bamboo scaffoldings. Then lights go in these trees. Crazy man.
The leopards walk the trail only at night, so Steve must rig a complicated system of lights and automatic triggers.
This goes over here.
To fire the camera, he uses an infrared beam.
I don't want the beam to go above their head. I want, as they walk, boom, the arm right here is going to break the beam, and then off they go. The wireless transmitter is what sends a signal to the camera box to power up. You want the viewer to see an empty frame and then the leopard to walk into the frame.
And there's a picture of Birdie and I, and there's the platform that we put up. This was up for a couple of years. First doing still photographs and then doing video of the cat walking across the bridge with the apartment blocks in the background. But I wanted to find out, how do these local people feel about leopards? You're going to see a man here with a white hat on said he looked out his window and saw a leopard. The first night we put a camera trap up, I came back the next day, and he and a group of his friends walked by, and they said, "What are you doing?" And I said, "Would you like to see? Because we got a leopard the first night." And I opened my laptop up. The fixer that was with me said, "Don't show him the picture." And I said, "He lives here. They're his leopards." And I showed it, and they were just so fascinated. I said, "How many years have you lived here?" And he said, 12. I said, "You didn't know that there were leopards right outside your door?" And he goes, "Well, you know, a couple years ago, there was an older man who used to walk up about 3 a.m. and meditate on top of the mountain." I said, "In the park?" And he said, yes. And he said after a couple of months doing this, he never came back. And they were very excited. And let's hear what they felt about the whole thing.
Around here, people have gotten used to the leopards, and many even seem excited about their presence.
Okay, you see the bamboos?
Right.
Okay. I just pointed some light from here, and it was sitting over there.
Oh, it was?
Us. It was watching us.
How do you feel about living with leopards?
It's too cool.
Yeah.
During night time, of course, my windows are open.
Right.
And from here, you can see that it very clearly I can make out.
Yeah.
The leopard passing through. Never in my lifetime I had seen that. I was very excited, very thrilled.
You just happened to be up and looked out the
Yeah,
window?
looked out.
Oh, that's amazing. How many places in the world could you do that? That's why it's so unique. You live here, leopards live there. That's great. And
They are our neighbors.
yeah, they're your neighbors. I'm actually getting a little choked up coming out of here because usually people don't care or they react negatively to living with a predator like leopards. But here, everybody's excited. Now, we can understand why you might be a little wary about having leopards that close to you, though there was an 8-foot fence there. They said about 10 years before the leopard had jumped over, but now they just stay to their park. They have no desire to cause any trouble.
He's back to find out.
People, 3 people walking across the bridge with their dog following, 2 people walking across the bridge with the dog running. Oh my God. Looks to me like we got Big Daddy. That's the gift that we wait for, the surprise, that you never know what you're gonna get, you don't expect anything, and then after all this work, we got Big Daddy walking across the bridge like he doesn't have a care in the world. Honey Badger don't care, Big Daddy doesn't care either because this is his park. Now, that's like taking a big old monkey or gorilla off your back after all this work. Because you got it. All right. This is just incredible that humans and leopards can live together. Now, here's one of those clips now. Check out these windows here, especially this one where the family, where we went inside and filmed them. And the mom said we're neighbors. And there's other windows that you'll see. As soon as my lights would go on, they would run to the windows. The kids said their mom let them stay up till 12:30 during summer break so they could see the leopards. I guess not, hold on. There, see, and even on the top window, see, they're coming out. That's really cool. Even way over there, there's somebody's in the window there. It's great. You know, we got the image of Big Daddy, though. That wasn't the shot that made it. But this was a project that took a long time, but in the end, this was the opener of the story. Even got a fruit bat that flew through. Now that is luck itself. But the image that I loved and the area I loved was the big bridge where we had the bamboo platform built, because this is my favorite picture of the whole project. Because You see how all the families in those lit up rooms behind are going on with their life. During some of the video clips, you can hear the kids playing cricket going, "Mom, Mom, leopard," because they want their mom to see it also. But the leopard's walking by calm as can be. And it shows that we can actually live with these predators. And if local people benefit from living with predators, and in this instance, just giving them sanitary facilities and building bathrooms is a big thing here. In other areas, it's giving them a source of income that they can gain, whether it's tourism or other outlets from living with predators. But it's working in India, and I will tell you, India is the one country that I worked in that people have more of a tolerance. And it's not just a tolerance, because at the same time as they have a tolerance for wildlife and dangerous predators like tigers, they worship them also, as we saw in Vidya's talk. Absolutely amazing. And so I feel very lucky that I had the opportunity to do this story and TV show for National Geographic. And let's save the leopard. Thank you very much. Thanks. I don't know if anyone wants to ask questions, but I am a little...
Steve actually ran remarkably early for us, which is fantastic. So he just said, we've got a couple of minutes if anyone would like to ask any questions. Anyone?
Any?
I think
Brody, you got a
gobsmacked.
question?
Here we go.
Okay, thank you. Vidya, you're the head of WCS. Not back to me. Okay. Now, I don't know of a leopard reserve in India.
There is one next to Jaipur.
One next to Jaipur. Well, that new one, yeah, okay. The one that you saw has been created, which is a great idea, that there's a leopard conservancy. Leopards are on the back burner everywhere. That's why they're the most persecuted cat on the planet. Leopards live in the protected areas that are created for tigers, which is vitally important. You know, but leopards don't, they have one reserve in the the biggest democracy on the planet. I mean, there's more people in India now than China, but there actually has been for a long time. So tigers get the protection, and elephants get the protection, rhinos get the protection, leopards get no protection. And in fact, a lot of people want to see leopards, and so you go to the buffer zones or the peripheries of the tiger areas, you're more likely to see a leopard than you are in the core areas where all the main prey base is that are feeding those giant cats. So it is unfortunate. Like Sabi Sands has the highest density of of leopards. That's why we went there. But we were forced out after 2.5 weeks by the mogul, the manager of some of the largest lodge, said anybody that lets Steve Winter use drones, put camera traps up, or use his remote car can't cross our property. So I had to leave, and if any photographer knows, staying in one place, getting to know the species you're working with, the individual cats you're working with, the drivers, the guides, is super important. But within 24 hours, we moved to Timbavardi. But still, I had to move. And that really affected the quality of the story. because we were going to put a camera trap in a tree where a leopard had a kill. We had the ladder, we had the kill, we had the tree, and we had the okay to do it. So that was difficult, but so the leopards are there, but that area is the stronghold of leopard tourism, and there could be other ones, I'm not really sure. But that was my favorite spot, but thank you for that question. Are there any more? All right, well, thank you so very much for having me tonight, and let's save leopards. Thanks for being here.
Okay, so thank you for coming tonight. Thank you for helping us to be their voice. I always say with these books, that these species, all of the photographers, we all go out and take pictures. All of you hopefully get to go on safari. But I always feel, that's how I was starting to feel when I was working out there, that we take from these animals more than we give back. And I know that all of you being here want to give back. I've got many thanks to say, just briefly. So thank you to, again, all of the photographers, not just the ones in the leopard book, but we've worked with more than 250 now across all of our books. They all donate their work for free. They let us sell prints. So just wonderful that they do that. I would like to thank my team, especially my right-hand woman, Victoria, who I think is lurking somewhere up at the top, but I wouldn't be able to get everything functioning without Victoria. But yeah, I have an amazing editorial team, so Eddie and Andrew and Lorna. I have a fantastic finance friend and guy, Greg, who I worked with for many years, who's here. Amazing volunteers, as you've seen. Everyone who donates everything from the artworks, makes the jewellery. It really takes a village to do what we do. So thank you to everyone who supported us. I also want to thank the guys in South Africa, so Painted Dog TV and all the ones who are around the campfire as well. And to every one of you for believing us and supporting us. Thank you. And make sure you come to the exhibition if you haven't seen it yet, because it looks amazing. I will be there every day through to Sunday when we close. So thank you all, and good night.